Hello everybody, welcome back to Wobbleville. We're gonna get back to our Cyberthurians here. We're gonna try and do some of our corrupted characters here. Now I'm just gonna now that's gonna be hard to reach with this one, so we'll just have to maybe leave some of those on there. It's just some of the stuff gets stuck in the primer. Some of our support nubs and all that kind of stuff. So we're gonna do something that's like this, right? We were doing all of our small characters. Hey there, Camda. Hey there, Landrast. So we're gonna do something like this, but it's gonna be very, very different from this here. It's like so very different. So great to see you there, Camda. Yeah, this is gonna be interesting. We'll do the basically almost like a black armor there. We got this element here. That's one of my basing things that I made. I'm gonna roll with this here, doing our dry brushy stuff. Maybe this here. Yeah, let's maybe work work with this one. Now, where is? Oh, if I get to stream tomorrow, we might do this right here. Because remember, I never got a chance to do Sauron, and I redid this one, Camda, knowing what I know now as opposed to what I knew on December 4th or something like that. Oh, Camda, this is like orders of magnitude. I might have to redo a whole bunch of the gummy bears just because of that. So Landrest, what is it called? A nomad. Yeah, that nomad. I think it's called nomad sculpt or whatever. That is some pretty incredible stuff. I'm really impressed with that, and the fact that it's very mobile is actually really, really critical. Hey there, Horns fan. Now, Horns fan, I didn't get to see what happened. Are you happy today? Does the series continue or is the series over? Because I'm sorry that I never even got a chance to find out what the heck happened with the game. Because that was tonight, right? At least I think it was. And I'm thinking that's the reason why you're up here at almost midnight. Because well, the games have gone on kind of on the longer side there. So hopefully something. So it's tomorrow. Okay. I thought for sure they said that was tonight. I thought for sure they said that was tonight. Well, Horns fan, get this. Uh, guess who's the in first place, and guess who is the third best team in the American League? That would be your Chicago White Sox. Say it ain't so. Say it ain't so, Horns fan. Yeah, Horns fan. That tip in. That tip in was pretty crazy stuff. Because it was Bronson that took the tip, that took the shot, right? I mean, that was a long, long three right there. And I think he took that shot with what, 3.8 seconds left? It took like 2 seconds just for it to reach the rim. Or maybe it was 4 point something seconds, and it still hadn't even gotten to the rim yet. Horns fan, what's interesting is that they've been doing this. They haven't been doing this against the D-backs and the Mets and stuff like that, and the Rockies. They're doing this against the Dodgers. Yeah, they just beat Los Angeles today. I think they took at least a couple of games from Atlanta. Now my guess is that the game last night was gone. And again, sorry that I haven't been able to stream. I don't even know if I'll be able to stream tomorrow because, well, here we can show you. At least this is not all of it. This is just some of it right here. Let's just say I've never seen this much chaos here, and I've been here a long time. Yeah, that's kind of the stuff that we got going on around here. And again, this is very typical right here of the neighborhood. This is not like one block per house. This is like two or three or four or five. So yeah, Horns fan, that was really, really, really nuts. Now again, I didn't see it. Everything I'm just seeing is after the fact. So Horns fan, it's been nothing but tornadoes here for days. There was a 100-mile-an-hour wind recorded at Midway Airport, which is only a matter of blocks from here. My grocery store still does not have power. That refrigerator truck that I was telling you about, Armored Wolf, that's still sitting out there. Yeah, so they basically try to take everything that was perishable out of the store and stick it in a refrigerator truck. So yeah, that is, well, all I knew is that I've been here a long time, and even when the tornado sirens were going off, there's been time I'm like, nah, whatever. This one right here, even long before any sirens went off, I looked out there and I said, well, let me see. The the storm is coming from this direction. I can see it. I've been watching it on max velocity's radar for, I don't know, hours. And yet the wind is coming from a completely different direction. That generally means no bueno right there. Bogus, I'm going to correct that statement to double negative. Yeah, they're not just going to get negative goals, they'll get double negative. First game is against Paraguay, right, Bogus? I am predicting, and Paraguay, they play for a tie. So Paraguay is they're playing for a 0-0 tie. I predict a 3-0 win for Paraguay. That's my hot take there, Bogus. Because now again, U.S. soccer players they're on more European teams. So you would think, Bogus, right? Maybe there should be some improvement right along the way, since they're kind of they're not just playing soccer here; they're playing it overseas. Uh, well, there's a negative goal. That that was a negative goal, wouldn't you say, Bogus? Yeah, Horns fan. Now, hopefully, you haven't gotten any kind of that crazy stuff down there. Now, what we're going to start doing is we're going to start doing some of our darker, glazy stuff. Let me do this here first. So again, this is what we are looking to do here. Well, Bogus, actually, all kidding aside, Bogus, that's pretty huge, because that goal differential thing, I mean, that can make the difference between quarterfinals and not, right, Bogus? So is that a 130 for Camda? That is a 130. Where the heck is it? There it is. That's a 130 for Camda. Let me see if I can find the train. Also, not set it up too close here. Hopefully that's not too loud. So 130 there. So thank you very much. Appreciate that. Of course, so hey, why don't you share some stuffs there? Let me get to my right scene here. 1 second. Okay, there we go. Now, Bogus, they're in the same group as Germany, right? I think, at least I think so. So yeah, there's going to be a little bit of a difference. A little bit of a difference between these two, is there not? But I guess technically you could say, Bogus, I was right. There was a negative goal, and of course we cover the NBA Finals and World Cup here on the Wampelville Sports Network, where we report the news before it is news. It was right, Bogus. Yes, indeed. So I'm going to call that I was 100% right, Bogus. I was 100. There was going to be negative goals. I didn't say who they were going to be by now, did I? I did not say who those negative goals were going to be by. Hey there, Conrads. Actually, Conrads, you must be at 132, right? Not 132, but 130 as well. Let me. Who else is in that group? So Turkey. Oh well, that's they can be a little bit on what would you say, the sneaky good side there, Bogus. You don't necessarily think of well, I guess the. I think was it Netherlands? Is that the betting odds? Is Netherlands there, Bogus, for your World Cup finals there? So great to see you there, Conrads. I wonders. Ah, let me get this Indian yellow in here. Come on. Well, I guess that's going to require some more thinner. Let's do that. Now let me see what that game was. That game was in out west, wasn't it, Bogus? I believe that was in Los Angeles, not in New York. Yeah, that was in Los Angeles. Let us get some more thinner. Well, the Alkyd Indian Yellow, that was all kind of the cap part of it was dried out, so I was trying to get some of that out of there. I went, okay, fine. I grabbed the Williamsburg stuff. Okay, so it was in Los Angeles. Oh, that's right, Conrad. I think you're a couple, one or two behind. I think yeah, I think it's gonna be Camden, Valfera, and Arid would be at the. Is that 130 or 150? It has got to be 150, 130. Nice to see it, Air Paradigm. Ooh, by the way, let me see if I can grab this here. Hopefully, I think I did post this already, right? So this is where I'm actually. Oh, that's what I forgot to get. Darn it! I was gonna try and order some. Well, I don't think it would have mattered. The post office was closed too, but I'm gonna try and do the UV water effect stuff. I'm gonna try to use that silicone, the stuff that you heat up in the water, and I was gonna make a mold out of it, and then basically put a bunch of the UV stuff in there and see if I can't essentially create a mold for splashes. So yeah, I don't know if that's gonna work. It could fail horribly, but I meant to get that. I meant to get. Well, there was a few distractions. Thanks, Camda. So yeah, I was thinking of getting that stuff, and then because if you saw some of the other videos where I was using that kind of flash cure UV stuff, I was able to make icicles, like better icicles than we've been making with all the other stuff. And then I was also able to use that. It came off of that silicone pad like real easy. And I'm thinking, well, wait a second. Maybe, would if I was to create a mold, maybe I could use it to get that stuff out of the mold. Let's hit this too. So yeah, the world is upside down. Right, Horns fan. The White Sox are in first place. Team USA gets a crushing victory in its first game. Basically, would you say, Bogus, that I hate to say it, are they going to just play for ties now because they've got a 3-goal differential? Are they literally just going to play for 0-0, 1-1 ties the rest of the way? Because that would probably get you out of group stage, wouldn't you think? A 3-goal win and the rest are ties. That probably gets you. Now, maybe not. You might end up having to play, say, Germany or UK or somebody in the first round that's probably going to kill you, but you will advance. Now, Bogus, do you think that what I was talking about earlier? I was only half facetious on that. All kidding aside, do you think that the increasing amount of international play for U.S. players, in the pro leagues and stuff, do you think that's actually having a positive impact there? Now, so it is 128 for Conrads. Now, again, just a programming note. We may have to do a substitute Saturday, so it is possible that I might not be able to stream Saturday. Now, if I do, it would be really late. So there's definitely not going to be a 10 o'clock stream on Saturday. If the house is still here, hopefully I'll be able to stream either later on Saturday or on Sunday. Because there was no streaming last night because you generally need electricity. Now, I will say this, Landrast, that basically having almost everything in the house on one of the battery backups I still had internet. Yeah, I still had Wi-Fi because that is also plugged into one of the battery backups. Now, bogus, I just kind of figured that it wasn't going to happen because now, of course, you could say on the flip side of that, the European basketball is caught up to the U.S. because a lot of European players now play in the U.S. So I guess that can work in reverse, right, bogus? Actually, there was my brother and I. We used to, because he had a soccer field right across the street from him. We used to go out there and we used to practice corner kicks, and then after we did that for a while, then we would do our football drill using the soccer goalpost, basically like a goalpost, like a set of goalposts. Because I mean, you can just kind of like carry the two sides of that up vertically. It's probably not as wide, maybe, as a typical goalpost. Maybe it's 3 feet short or something like that. But yeah, we would do our little exercise where one guy's behind the goalpost. He's there to catch the ball when it's the field goal attempt, and then uh, he punts the ball to the guy that just made the field goal attempt, and then you basically run to switch positions, and the guy that was just who just punted the ball then runs out, and the guy that just got the punt, he throws the pass on the run to the guy who just did the punt, and you just keep rotating around and around and around. You get to try three different skills: kicking and punting, or place kicking, punting, and passing and catching. So you're actually practicing four skills in one drill, because that's how we roll in Wampleville. We multitask on everything, even our sports drills. Yes, relentless megatasking, right, Horns fan? That's what we call it. We call it megatasking. So this is not going to be anywhere near as glowy as this over here. I just wanted to get a little hint of something over there. Nothing crazy. Definitely there, bogus. Definitely. Well, I mean, how many times have I said, okay, you say, you know what, you have your financial needs are met. You don't have to do any work for day-to-day survival or anything like that. Your time is yours. Guess what I would be doing, bogus? I would be doing exactly this. Now, maybe I would be doing, I'd have fancier tools, perhaps, or something like that. I would probably have my own evil painting layer, because it has to be an evil painting layer. It can't just be an ordinary painting layer, right? Right, Landrast? It's got to be an evil painting layer. Well, the other thing there's another thing I would do too, is I would probably buy up several sports franchises, like every single Chicago sports franchise. I would just buy them all. I'd be like, okay, you guys, you had your last 50 to 100 years with them. It's time for something new. Actually, Camden, I was thinking of relocating them here. Yeah, why would I go there? If I got the money, right, Camden, they're coming here. And they can all work in the basement with Armored Wolf, Camda. Yes, they can all work in the basement grinding pigments with Armored Wolf. Armored Wolf is working on his leather stuff, doing that and moderating in the basement. And Williamsburg employees, they will be toiling away, grinding those pigments down in the basement. Let's put it this way, bogus. Instead of me going, hey, look, this really nifty thing called Nomad is a one-time $20 fee, I would just be like, okay, here, somebody make me. Somebody make me a sculpting software that works 10 times better than everything else, is way more intuitive than everything else. And also, too, I would have a 5 foot wide monitor to work with. Yeah, somebody would say like, okay, here's a 5 foot wide computer monitor that you can use to work with. Like I said, Bogus, the tools would change just a little bit. There would be a slight alteration in the tools. Now, if I remember right, okay, we'll roll like that with the cloaky here then. Let me just grab something here. Let me just grab something that might just work. Yeah, that'll be good enough. Oh, that's the other thing they would make. What is that stuff? They would be making interference. Yeah, they'd be making interference powders, or they'd be making fluorescent oils. They'd be making fluorescent oils for us. And of course, Williamsburg would switch to alkyds, Camda. It would be Williamsburg quality, but with alkyds. You got to innovate, right, Horns fan? If you got the cash for the initial investment, you got to take the risk and you got to innovate. Williamsburg pigmentation, Paul Rubens prices, and alkyd drying times. I think that's only fair. I think that's how it's got to work. All kidding aside, though, I'm super excited about that Nomad. Now, the downside is, well, I don't know if you want to call it a downside. It's not going to work well for, say, like the starships. For that, actually, believe it or not, Blender works way better for that. The thing that limits Blender actually makes it ideal. It makes it ideal for Valfera to join us. Hey there, Valfera. Oh, look at this. Here, take a little look-see. Let me see if I can grab these guys here. So we're gonna just put these out here. I would have sent people pictures of these, but again, things have been somewhat distracting this week. There's been a few things that haven't worked quite according to plan this week. But looky here. So these are the very first TerraForce ships. Now these are not the ones made with my pieces and parts. I just made these as like example test ships, mostly for scale. So this is a repair ship. You can see here's cranes and stuff. This is more like a destroyer type of a ship here. This is more like your typical heavy cruiser. Hey there, Quizilla, how you doing? And look at this. This is a Chetsock ship right here. And all of I've got all of these pieces. So these hull pieces, I've got bridge pieces. These cargo sections are also separate. And same thing here with your TerraForce ships. I've got bridges. I've got all the turreted weapons, and then I've got all of these sections. I got engine pods and stuff. So again, these are just kind of rough, or what would you say, just kind of generalized ships. And then there's this too. Where did she go? And then there's this. So this is another one of our Celtic goddess busts right here. So made this, and I think I've actually got Valfera. I might have, at least that one printer is locked in because it is done. It's done these two, this alternate Bridget and now this Danu. So I think I might have that one locked in, Valfera. I think I might just have that one locked in. So let me get these ships out of the way. Sorry for the and this is a refinery ship, by the way. And of course, this went up on the Instagrams here. Whoops, wrong. There we go. So that is these are both carriers. The other thing I realized is I can make my ships actually a little bit bigger. So this is like the largest of all of the TerraForce ships right here. So that's again the carrier. And then again, I'll probably be redoing this heavy cruiser here. Although, where's our heavy cruiser here? Here it is. You can see they're both pretty, both pretty similar in size, right? The heavy cruisers there. Oh, thanks, Quizilla. Sorry, Quizquilla. Sorry, Quizquilla. I shouldn't have messed that up. So Valfira, it was there was all kinds of craziness here. And actually, tomorrow, well, actually, Valfira, I don't know if how bad it is by you, but I think there was also supposed to be some things kind of headed to the south and east there. Actually, Camden, I'll try to send you this. Now, obviously, I've got another song for it, but I didn't realize that I already had a Firefly story before Firefly. It was called Charon's Reach, and basically, it was Firefly. Yes, Mara Voss was actually kind of like what's his name from Firefly. Yeah, that was actually part of my Starship universe in 1996. I believe, wasn't it like 2007 when Firefly came out? So yes, indeed, the Mara Voss, the Ghost of the Reach. Basically, it's a part of space where it used to be a major trading hub, and essentially everything just kind of broke down there, and the basic the trade went elsewhere. Think of it basically like it's a Cairo, Illinois. That was supposed to be the next. That was supposed to be like the capital of finance and travel and everything in the U.S. And well, first of all, they built it in a really bad place. Also, you had St. Louis competing with it just upriver, and then you also had this thing called the railroad and canals. So we're going to do this here for Valfira. Let's get to our hype train for 1:30. I'm pretty sure Irid also is going to be at 1:30. We already did this for Camda. So thanks a bunch there, Valfira. Appreciate that. A little choo-choo for Valfira right there. There we go. 1 second. So now you can, again, you can kind of start to see, right, the difference between our two. So again, let's see, where's our destroyer for the series? Is this, oh, where are you hiding? There you are, right in front of my face. So again, pretty much the same kind of classification of ship right there. And remember, the base size tells you a little bit more than just like the raw ship size. So again, appreciate everybody being here. Again, sorry that I wasn't able to stream yesterday, but well, it's really hard to do streaming when there's no electricity. That is one of the basic requirements for streaming, at least last I checked, was electricity is helpful. Of course, all of the, again, having all of those battery backups was huge. Because, again, I still had internet. Again, because the router is on one of those backups. So at least that plan worked out. One thing I have found now, I was able to look around. Apparently, I'll be able to actually, instead of like the $5,000 Patriot backup, there's actually some alternatives that would do what I need them to do at a much reduced price. So I might, well, again, given that we might be doing all this stuff again tomorrow and then again on Wednesday of next week. I'm almost kind of inclined to get that thing sooner rather than later. So, Valfira, I'm not sure if I sent you the latest batch of pictures. And again, let's put it this way. it's a good thing that there was some, what would you say, non-perishable stuff at the store that was on sale well, let's see, like last week, and I had also been buying these sausages that had been on sale, and I just threw them in the air fryer, made them, stuck them in the freezer. So I've been eating those for days now. That was not quite the way that was supposed to work. But what's the Boy Scout motto there, Valfera? Valfera, this is June. This is the new June here. All of the craziest stuff, Valfera, over the last 6 years has all happened in June and July. Basically, I'm very much in favor of canceling both months. Yeah, you can. Now, of course, if you cancel both of those too soon, then I'm not here. So it's kind of a little bit of everything there, Camda, and again, massive power outages. Let's put it this way: when you hear nothing but emergency vehicle sirens for I don't know 2 hours straight, that's when you know something jinky happened in your neighborhood, and they were from all directions. It wasn't like, oh yeah, that sounds bad over there. It was kind of like they're coming from every single direction all at the same time. So yeah, Valfred, that could be a little bit of a tricky thing if none of us are here, right? Now we're going to try to darken this stuff down. I think you can see how this is now. It's starting to play out a little bit, right? Now this is not the actual. I basically had to grab this from something else, cut it up, and stick it on there. Oh, that Dremel thing has worked out real well. That's the only reason I got this thing here. Was that Dremel? I was able to basically kind of carve away a bunch of it. Yeah, bogus. And again, where did he go? Where's Sauron? So this, if I do get a chance to paint tomorrow, we'll try to paint up this Sauron right here because this is the one. Remember, the cloak was not thick enough. Yeah, you think that's thick enough now? Because that was the problem with it. Well, also too, his helmet was kind of jinky. But yeah, look at that cloak. That is way thicker now. Because remember, all the other ones, I kept trying to print it and print it and print it, and it just disintegrated. Now, look at this. Now we're starting to get our darks in here. Starting to get them darks in there. Well, sometimes, like we always say, right, Valfair? Sometimes you got to break a few eggs. Again, the need is we had to have we needed the magnets. Again, sometimes that leads to unfortunate consequences on the back end. Where's my there it is. So I think we've got. I think we're starting to get this set up. We can almost start working on our lighter stuff now. Almost. Again, we're kind of letting some of this set for a bit here too. So bogus. I don't have to. Well, actually, I have reprinted all of the other gummies. Now these are. This was the original. Oh, wait a minute. I still have. I still have Grima right here, but I have reprinted all these. Basically, I resized them. So all the new ones are about. I want to say 10% smaller, maybe. Somewhere about 10% smaller. I'm going to use, let me use a little bit more of that. Now I'm going to try to go even darker here in some of these recesses. Like you do. Some of that here. And then this is definitely going to be, it's going to be later. Speaking of darker, let's hit this much darker there. Okay. Alright, some there too. Now back to our darker red here. Now we're talking. So Velfir, it's just there's two things. That's where I had a little bit of a conversation with GPT, and it said, look, if all you're looking for is a emergency sump pump, and then okay, run the refrigerator for a bit. It said, yeah, you don't need to go that big. I know we always say go big or go home, right, Valfira? But it said, you know what? Maybe try this, and it was gonna be more like 2K or something like that. There's one that's more like 4K, but it said, yeah, maybe try this thing here if that's what you're looking to do. Because okay, last night power goes out, it's still raining, and well, when you have the benefit of overhead sewers is that you don't get the kind of backup like you do at drain tiles. The downside is if there's no electricity, no sump pump. And that is what that would do. Because the other backup that I got, it's not a high enough capacity. As soon as you would hit the sump pump, that thing would be like, whoa, I'm out. This would actually run it. All right, let me do this. Obviously, not an ideal situation, but last time I remember power going out here was, I couldn't even tell you when. Well, non-construction related, let's put it that way. There's been construction incidents where it's like, okay. The natural ones, well, those get a little more tricksy. Now here, we're just going to kind of go orange with this here. And then we'll let that set there. Like you do. We're going to maybe darken this down a little more. Where's my... There it is. Maybe a little bit there. So we don't want, again, a ton of glow here. We're not looking for tons of it. But now I think you can see how this is starting to play out. Where's our... Also, starting to look a little bit more like this here, right? And again, you can see all the cooler colors here. So once we start getting the cooler colors out there, Velfair, I think at that point, then it'll make we'll at least be able to see something with our film noirs, right? Right now, still wouldn't really see a whole bunch because we don't really have any of the cooler colors in there. Everything right now is kind of on the warmer side of things. Trying to break down some of our stuff here to maybe get some of the lighter oranges. As far as what we're using here, mostly alkyds. There is a little bit. There's a little bit of the, let's see, Williamsburg Indian Yellow. The fluorescent is Paul Rubens, so that's an alkyd. Perline Crimson and Perline Red, those are both out there, so those are not alkyds. I think it would end up being if you were to do it before we get any of the other stuff, it would probably just look like a Wraith Nimue. I think you're right there, Valfir. It would just look like a Wraith Nimue. Now the other one just kind of looked like a Wraith Nimue, no matter what. It almost didn't matter what stage it was, right, Valfira? All right, now starting to place a little bit more of our later stuff here. Not a ton. This is going to need to be lighter here for sure. Let's do some of that. And again, the armor is essentially almost black, so that's going to give us plenty of value contrast in addition to the color contrast, because we're going to be again have those really dark bluish grays. Maybe we're going to change this a little bit more here. More of the orange. More of the red here. Little touch of orange over there. Back to my Indian yellow here. Perhaps a little more shadow on the underside of the face there. I think I'm going to roll like this here. That just kind of... There we are. That's there. Now we're using a little bit of that Williamsburg Puro Orange. That's the other non-alkyd that we've got out here. So a little touch of that Puro Orange, not a ton. Just a little bit. Now let us... This is where we're going to try to get some non-reddish colors. I think that should already start making a difference there. It's also again got a touch of that bluishness to it. It's not just about it being dark. Get some of that in here. And now here again, we're starting to shift that more and more towards the blue. You can already see. You can already see that kind of that bluish tint. Now over here, like what you see here, that we're gonna try and do that over here now. Okay, take this right here and maybe some of that. A little more of that. This is very much a dry, brushy thing that's going to happen here. Except it's mixing. It's a wet, dry brush. Yes, indeed. Also going to start getting some of that up here. Need that up here too. So it's already starting to change this dramatically. And think of how much we don't have to do here, because we're letting this mix on its own. So there's a bunch of colors here in the hair that have almost a little bit of yellow to them. Oh, by the way, we did the primer painting on this. We took the spray cans and hit them with the spray cans. Again, that is not it's not spray paint. It's not the kind of stuff that would melt foam. It is foam safe, because all it is just acrylic paint and a pressurized can. I mean, it even on the label it says you could, if you wanted to. You wouldn't necessarily have to have a mask on if you were in any kind of a ventilated area, because it doesn't have, there's not like the solvents and stuff. That is not in that stuff. It is not like an airbrush. Don't think of it like it's an airbrush. We're going to be able to do all this super fine stuff with it. You are not going to be able to. But that's not really the point of it. It definitely is Valfira. So you can see that looks very different now. In a heartbeat, that just changed. See all that reddish stuff on the brush? That was the glaze that we just put there a little bit ago. That is starting to mix with this. Now let me grab more of this here. There we go. You can see kind of the light, dark, light again, or light, dark, middle tone. Gonna need some stuff down here as well. I mean, this stuff back here, you can hardly see it. Why would we want to be spending a whole bunch of time there? That doesn't make any sense. There is no reason to spend a whole bunch of time painting over there. All right, now we got this. And again, that is also mixing, all right, with some of the stuff we've got there. Doing the same deal here. You can see that is mixing with some of the stuff. Look at that. You can see that darker stuff on the end of the brush. That means it is mixing. Oh, it's just fashion. It's just fashion there, Bogus. It's all about moisturizers. Yeah, but this is the omni-channel, right, Valfira? So we have to cover beauty supplies too. I mean, we're covering all the sports action. We're also going to cover all things beauty supply related too, apparently. Let me get a little more of this in here. Then we're going to have all the cracks and such on there. And now that I've got Nomad, that's what I'm going to use to sculpt the cracks in there. Then I'm going to have a blast sculpting the flame stuff in Nomad too. That is way easier than trying to do that in Blender. And by way easier, I mean orders of magnitude easier, right, Doji? How are you doing there, Doji? So Doji, I'm sorry there's no, we don't have our fabulous cobalt teal bluish, but I mean, you could use that on this Doji. I think you could. And again, I just put up part 2, what, yesterday? I think it was yesterday morning before all the craziness. Oh, that's right. Yeah, sorry, Doji, that I wasn't there for the... Oh, no, that was today. Yeah, that was the fabulous bakery run. There's no bakery runs here. All the bakeries are closed. They've been closed since Wednesday. And, well, again, the grocery store is supposed to reopen on, well, later today. We'll see. And again, there is a possibility that I either won't be able to stream tonight or it would be very, very much later. Like, I mean, I was going to say it would be a substitute Saturday. It might just be a substitute Saturday because even if it wasn't like Sunday night, it would have to be Sunday morning for me to be able to stream there, I believe. So yeah, you can see we're starting to get some of that blue in there. Glad that you're able to do some bicycle stuff there, Doji. Actually, Doji, why don't you share some stuff in the chat? Same thing there, Camden, again. I don't know if you had a chance to share stuff. And of course, Bogus, if you wanted to share anything too, please go ahead. So Horns fan, hopefully that project, that Lord of the Rings project you got going on is still going well. Sorry, I forgot to. I know I just wanted to ask it, but I thought for sure that they were playing game. I thought for sure they were playing Game 5 tonight. I mean, I could see why they're saving that for Saturday. Oh, by the way, this is 49 minutes in. That's it. That's fantastic, Doji. Glad that you were able to add something new. All right, so now we're starting to get there. Starting to get there. This is going to get some green also. Maybe a little touch lighter on that. This is nowhere near white. Just throw that out there. Yep, that is not white at all. That is really, that is going to be so much fun to see these side by side. Quizquilla, these are just, they're just the craft brushes, right? So this, oh gosh, I think there's 10 of them in this set there, Quizquilla, and I just get a bunch of different sets of them. And well, here the other brushes, where the heck are they? Here it is. So there's a few brushes, Quizquilla. There's a few brushes around here, so it kind of just makes it a little bit easier. I can just kind of roll through things faster. Everybody check out the Instagram that Doji just shared. Check out the Instagram that Doji just shared. Now here we gotta start doing a little bit of opposite coloration here on the facey face. Let's do that. Let's get some of that up here. Also there. Don't have to worry about it there. Gonna start to do a little bit of regular skin coloration in a couple of zones here. Now we're going to start to maybe a little bit darker. So, whoops. What I thought was palette was actually paint over there. Let's get this stuff a little bit darker up here. Where's my Indian yellow? There you go. Let's roll with some of that. Get that under here. Thanks, Quizquil. Appreciate that. That was one of the very first ones. Very first sculpt. Now, actually, I'll probably be putting this one up on the Instagrams here, because I just realized I don't think we ever actually put this on the Instagrams. Now to something that would be lighter here. What's this? No, that's got all kinds of spongy stuff in there. We got this. To the Indian yellow we go. Let's see what we got here. Hopefully this is opaque enough. Yeah, that's got some opacity to it. Got some opacity. So Velfair, hopefully I haven't missed any film noir. I just realized there. I'll try to keep my eyes out there. Sorry, Velfair, just a little. The brain is a bit distracted right now. So if I miss something in the chat or whatever's, I'll try to get caught up. Where are we at here? Now, actually, Camden, were you going to be doing any streaming at all this weekend here? So again, we'll see about streaming Saturday. My guess is that there's most definitely not going to be like the 10 o'clock, the earlier stream. That's just not going to happen, not given what the scenario for tomorrow is. Okay, that's fabulous. And again, everybody please give Camda Paints a follow, because Camda also paints with the oils. Come on. So I think you can see this starts to emerge now. So all right, Valferret. That's it. What I think this is probably our best angle right here, Valfera. I mean, really, I mean, it just doesn't really look like there's any kind of source lighting whatsoever. I mean, even that's like at 15%. Let's keep on cranking to 50. You can see that now. We'll try again to do this. So this is what we got now. Now, but then let's do our film noir here. Well, we have Wraith Nimue over here, but not so much over here because we don't have the lights yet, right, Velfera? We don't have the lights there, so not so much Wraith Nimue. I'm still trying to get to 50. We're not. We're only just now. Now we're at 50. And again, this is. We painted these up a couple of weeks ago, right? And that is. You can see that's the board game version. We're getting really, 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 really close to that. Now, where did that brush go that I just had in my hand that is not in my hand anymore? Maybe this will do it. I hope I didn't just put too much thinner in that. No, actually that's not too bad. Yeah, we have like mini-me versions of all of them now, right? Well, let's see. I still have to redo the corrupted version of Morgan Le Fay, but otherwise I think we've got. And you think this is light? This is nowhere near white. As light as this might look, that is nowhere near white. Trust me on that one. That is nowhere near white. It sure looks it, but it is not. And again, this is one of my homemade basing bits right here. We'll certainly be making lots more of those, especially again now with all the stuff that I'm learning. I still can't believe how different that Sauron gummy bear is. Because keep in mind, I wasn't making orthographics. I'd never heard of orthographics. So yeah, the ability to make orthographics, multi-views, all that kind of stuff, that just was not there before. Then we're just gonna have to let that set. We will just have to let that set for a spell there. Whoops, grab a little more of that for this over here. Going to start to maybe break out some lighter stuff here. Maybe this one will lie here for the cloth. Okay, there we go. And then we're going to try and get some cast shadows in here as well. But, geez, we're only now just 1 hour in, by the way. Yeah, all of this, 59 minutes has transpired. That is it. Only 59 minutes. See you later there, Doji. Well, Doji, I appreciate you staying as long as you could. So, thanks, Doji. And again, I'll try to send you some pictures of things, kind of catch you up to speed on what's been going on. Let me do more of that. Okay. More of that. So this is all starting to, definitely starting to get more and more of our lighting effect here as we go along. We haven't forgotten this over here. We don't want to do too much. This is going to be very, very localized here as opposed to the other stuff in her hand. You can see even that's doing lots of mixing there. I would need... I mean, that is supposed to be metal there, so I think we should get a little bit of a glinty, fresh look to the underside of that. Possibly even kind of a corroded look to the blade here. That was what I was initially thinking, that it would almost be kind of rusted. Maybe we can do both. Maybe we can actually do both looks there. To the orange we go here. Hopefully we didn't thin that down too much. Again, I'm not using any of our snazzier brushes here. I'm just using one of the craft brushes. That's it. This is probably as light as I go with any of this as well. I mean, that's we don't want this again to be super super light here. You want that to kind of be our primary glow source. Let me catch a little bit of this on the fingers there. Yeah. Okay, something like that. I would like to do... Let me just use one of these brushes here. Taking some of this here, maybe even making it a little bit darker with that black. And let's start to get some stuff over here, and the lips definitely darker. Been waiting on that for a while too. Get some of that into here. And again, almost like a cast shadow there on the face. Now we'll zoom in on this too in a little bit, not just yet. Not just yet. We're also now, and we're going to start to really get in maybe some armor panel lines too. Oh, it's almost like panel lines there. And of course, Camda, there will be panel lines galore on our Terraforce ships. Now again, like this right here, I specifically have a carrier bridge. That right there, again, that's just like, that was just a generic ship. It was strictly for sizing purposes. That's literally the only reason I made these ships here, was just so that I could print those out and say, okay, you know, when I am in Blender, right, I need to give this ship a set size before I start fooling around with putting parts on there. So now I can say, it's like, okay, it should be 70 millimeters long or something like that, instead of just kind of guessing. How's about we make that even darker? No. We got so many of these sitting around here. We'll just grab another one, and then we'll just do that. Gotta make that darker too. And we'll take this one. You can see it. That's now all of a sudden this armor, right, is starting to... We're starting to see some detail type things in the armor now. Before it was just some generalized little splashes of color or shading here and there. Looks much different now. Okay, we're trying to get... There we are. Now we're getting there. Actually, Camda, they just wear they wear cutoffs and tank tops, Camda. That's all they wear. The ships are unusually warm, so that's all they wear. It's like Baywatch in space there, Camda. Yeah, for some reason they also all carry those life preserver things. There's no water anywhere, but they still have those. I don't know why. And of course, Camda, they don't walk anywhere on the ship, and they always have them with them, and they're always running. Yes, they always have those things, and they run everywhere. You wouldn't think that would be, probably something you'd see on a spaceship, right? Oh, and well, they can't run fast, Camda. That would be hazardous on board ship, wouldn't it? Oh, look at that! Look at that! Now again, all I did was just pile that stuff on there. Now we're gonna take our blending brush to it here. All right, doing our blending stuff there. Now I might actually be able to zoom in here. Let's do a little bit of zoom in. More of that dark over here. But all kidding aside, Camda, it's very much, pretty much like the uniforms of today. Almost kind of your jumpsuit style uniforms, right, Camda? That's kind of, it's pretty much what you see these days. Yes, we plopped and we pushed, right, Camda? There we are. Again, that's a little bit of a different situation than push and plop. Let's get more of this red, darker red, darker red, darker red. Okay, we're gonna cut that there. Over here, let me try. Ah, there we are. Okay, ooh, we definitely got to get here. Let me take this darker stuff with the pearling crimson. Whoops, there's a big old blob of paint on the end of that brush. Another, yep, there we go. So some more edges there. Getting those edges nice and sharp. We're gonna be doing that over here now. Blammo. Now over here. Got sharper edges. There. And now let's get these two. Ooh, yeah. Somehow we have a hole. Here, there was nothing that's supposed to be darker there. There we go. Now, again, up here, that the eye will get even lighter, but we're going to try to make that more of a red glow as opposed to just the Also, too, we're gonna start doing some of this. I'm just gonna stick my hand over here already because we just know we need it there. That might change. This all might change over here too. Because again, remember this is all about fracture. All about the fracture. Fracturing of the armor. Fracturing of the code. Maybe darken that up a little more. Go into the Perline red. Not Perline crimson, that's the Perline red. Perhaps even a little. Almost something looks a bit shadowy there. Some of the Perline red, some of the... No, Perline red and fluorescent orange. Both are relatively translucent colors. Ah, there we go. There we are. Where's my lighter yellow here? And now we can also start to think about some of our lighter, the source light here. Let's start doing a little something on this. Kind of have let this alone here. That is definitely going to start catching some serious light right here, right around this. Because what you're seeing there is mostly just primer. That lighter color there is just primer. And yeah, this is nowhere near our lightest color. This is going to get lighter. We're going to do this, and then we're going to let that have a chance to set, right? Back to the white. Here was my Indian yellow. Since this is metal here, this is another area where we're going to try and establish some more of our really hard edges and those very solid shapes. Right over there. Gotta get more of this on the cloth here. Let me try to squeeze more of that in there, like you do. Yeah. Okay, like that. To the darker stuff we go once again. This is our little mix there of the Perline crimson, some of the Mars black. There you go. See how that really tightened up all of those shapes. Some extra darks down in here. Again, we were talking about those that basically a cast shadow sort of situation there. another area, maybe where we try to toss in some extra dorks here. Yeah, we're this is 1 hour 15 minutes. That's it. 75 minutes ago, there was no paint on this whatsoever, none at all. Let me take some of this. I'm going to start to engineer some of our cracks here, like so. Nice to see you there, Inganes. Inganes, why don't you share some stuff in the chat? Everybody, please give Inganes a follow, because guess what? Inganes also streams the oil paints, so go check that out. Quizquilla, I really appreciate that. And of course, Quizquilla, I've been working very hard on the game. Now, unfortunately, Valfira, the time that I was going to use to, start doing some play testing was mostly, shall we say, it was engaged in a little bit more survival actions or something like that, or disaster relief, or whatever you want to call it. So that is something that's going to have to wait for some other time. Also, too, well, Valfair, I'll send you some pictures of that commission thing too, because that is another thing that I've been working really hard on. Basically, have to get that done to hopefully send out on Monday. So that's the other reason I'm hoping that, well, maybe if that is done on Monday, shipped out on Monday, then I could try to get to the playtesting stuff. So everybody check out that Instagram link that Camda just shared. Or sorry, check out Camda's link too, but check out the link that Inganes just shared, not Camda. But definitely give both Camda and Inganes follows because they both paint with the oils. So now there's gonna be kind of a little digital element right here in this as well. There will be some of that there. Let me, you know what? I'm gonna throw a little bit of the. Yeah, let's just speaking of moisture, let's moisturize these a smidge here, just to keep those babies active. This again has some of that blue in it, and got some of our. Right here, a little bit more of that blue. I think we're gonna try and get some of these non-source lighting lights in there. Because again, that is supposed to be. These are supposed to be shiny surfaces here, with the exception of the cloth. So we're doing way less of the shiny stuff right on the cloth. Now we're going to try and get ourselves a little more of this, and then we'll be taking our we'll take our blending brush to it, smooth some stuff out, because that's what we do. Just trying to position some of this. Just get it out there first. And then worry about all of the smoothing some stuff out here. Alright, to there. I'll do this. There we are. Again, let's get a little bit more of our blue in there. We can still obviously go later than this, but we're not doing that right now. That technically right there, that's supposed to be almost more of a kind of like a brass or whatever. So we might be changing that towards, again, more of a, not quite a gold color, but more of a brass. We'll see how that works out. Again, we're all of 80 minutes in. That's it. 80 minutes. When we first started on this, now again, there was essentially some primer painting, not a zenithal. Don't really bother with doing any of that zenithal stuff. That's all we would end up doing, is just painting over it anyways. No sense in doing that. Here, let me get this a much cooler color. I don't even know if you can see this really. This is another thing that these liner brushes are really fantastic for. Is I can just literally, with just 2 fingers on the brush, stick this thing down in here. Oh, that wasn't supposed to go there. Oh, look at this. We'll just wipe that away, and it's like it was never there in the first place. All better. Just gonna take that and do a little bit of blending of that stuff down in the deep recesses there. Let's see how this now you can see it's really starting to compare quite nicely to our board game version there. So yeah, that's the board game version. We have kind of the showcase version of every sculpt, and we also now have the board game version, because yes, this is for a board game. Also, there's also the RPG game that I've been working on for this same universe, and all of it will be entirely printable. As in, you print out the rules, or you don't even have to. I mean, you could just have the stuff on your iPad or computer, whatever. You don't have to print out anything. And also, too, I was hoping to essentially have, well, there's the kind of the full color fancy versions of all the charts, but then I was hoping to also have essentially like the files are actually called ink conservation. So it would basically just be black and white, grayscale, whatever, so that you could potentially print those out and not use up an entire cartridge on your printer. So yeah, again, that way you would have them and just a physical copy, but also maybe not have to use a big old expensive inkjet cartridge to do the whole thing. Okay, there we go. We're really starting to get that. That is starting to work out nicely there. Alright, let me get all that bluish gray out of that brush. To the skin tone we go here. Trying to make that more of a, again, almost like a little bit of a ginger type color there. Not quite as orangey. Alright. Let that kind of get blend with some of the stuff that's already there. Back up to here. So this part of the face here, no, not gonna have any glow on that. Get some non-source light stuff happening here. Same thing with the neck. We have nothing on there except, again, some of our earlier glaze. That's pretty much all that's on there. Try that again here with a little bit more. We need something a little later Unless dark as they are, we need a little something lighter, and we'll just let that mix. Just let that do its mixing thing. More here. Actually, let me see. Will this do the trick here? I wonder. Maybe this would be the... Again, there's another... here we go. Maybe this. Yeah, there was just a little random hair of something. I don't know what the heck that was. I was making things a little difficult right there. Okay, way easier to do that now. Got rid of that. Whatever that was. Okay. No, not that gray. Let's just have this. Nope, too much paint piled on the end of that. I could see that right away. There we are. And then also, let's get that in here. Another round of that in there. Get the recesses of the flame. That's where you're going to want your latest stuff. Otherwise, it's not really going to look like it's glowing. It will simply look like object source shading. It's not going to look like object source lighting. I'm guessing that's probably not what people are after when they want things to be glowy. Let me see if this will work. Yes, it will. A little more thinner in that. Perhaps a little more orange in that too. I think that did it. Yeah, it's getting a little too yellowy. Oh, too much yellow. Alright. This stuff too. I want to get out here. Oh, more. There we are. Get some of this orange here for these cracks. Carry this down the center. Something that again almost looks a little bit like circuitry here. not like the clean circuitry that you see on some of the other swords. I want it to again look very much fractured. I'll see you later, Bogus. See you later there, and well, actually now, Bogus, who do they have to play next? Because everything was very much focused on the Paraguay game, obviously, but I don't know if they're taking on Australia next or Turkey. I seem to remember, I don't know, maybe in the last World Cup they might have also been in the same group as Turkey, or maybe they had to play Turkey. I don't remember there, Bogus. It's been a while. up a little. There. I seem to remember in, was it 2022? I think did Croatia win that thing, or oh no, I think was it France actually that won in 2022? Nice to see you there, Michael. Like always, Michael, why don't you share some stuff in the chat? Come on, a little more there. Oh, there we go. And more of that down here on the shoe slash boot because it's shiny, so it would catch a little bit more of that light there. Where's my? Probably have to get some more of my Indian yellow out there as well. Maybe grab a little bit of that. That might help. Let's see how this. Well, we're just gonna break this all down. Just give me a second here. Get some more thinner into that. Now, but check out the Instagram link that Michael just shared. So hopefully, Michael, the Reapercon projects at least are still on. At least there's still some progress being made with them. Nope. Gotta get some of that light up on the top of there. A little bit more over here too on this. And then some there. Let me draw a little bit more this way. Like that. Catch again a little bit of that light up here too. Is nice. Sorry about that, Michael. I could have sworn that was a new vehicle, but that can be how it goes with new vehicles. Let me do that. Not too much. Again, not too much of this super light stuff here, because that will kind of take away from the main show over here. let me see. What's going on over here? Ah, yeah, that should get some light on it. This needs more light here too. And if it's facing right towards our source lighting, it ought to be later. Let me do this now. Catching again some of that light right along all these edges here. Probably should be later there too. Something says there, Michael, that maybe that used vehicle was a little bit too. They might have masked how used it was, right, Michael? That would never happen. They would certainly never say, oh, yeah, this is lightly used. Right, I guess maybe that's why it was lightly used. Now here, yeah, this is their source lighting that we're trying to snag over here on the face. Little bit of that. Let me bring this up here. Okay, and no, not yet, not yet. We'll bring that light in there. Again, we're only 1 hour 36 minutes in. That is it. Bring in a little bit more light this way, and not you, not you. We'll use this one. Ah, now I can do this. You see, if I tried doing that a little bit ago, that would have been a disaster. Now, not so much a problem. How's about a little more of this light all the way down here? A little more on this part of all the cloth there. So, well, they're definitely tale of two Nimues there. That is very, very, very different. And again, we're just we've only been at this for 1 hour 37 minutes 23 seconds. That's it. Nope, too much paint on there. Well, too much thinner, really. Yeah, see, wouldn't have been able to do that little line if I had that big old pile up of thinner and stuff on there. Gotta get rid of that. Where are we at with this? Here we go. Let me steal some of this. I need something that's a little bit darker, but not very dark. Ah, there we go. Ooh, look at that. Looky there. That is... I'm going to actually put me some more of that over here. That was what I was looking for. That's the... Again, that perline red. Not the perline crimson. The perline red is... That's a very translucent color. Definitely much more on the warmer side than, say, what was that? Your alizarin crimson. Geez, I couldn't really tell you the last time I used alizarin crimson or alizarin in crimson. Either one. It's been a while. So if I get back to my red lizard men, well, most of the time they've been. I didn't really do too many of the red lizard men. I did have one unit of skinks that would kind of have that red look to it. Let me hit you. Let's try. No. That's got a bunch of paint on it. See if I can get one of these here, and I'm just going to use it as a micro blending brush. Micro blending brush. There. Now we'll start to get some of our darker stuff going up here. Maybe even a little bit here on the face. Little something there. Okay. Bam. What else do we have here? Yeah, there we are. Okay. Maybe the little, almost like a cast shadow up there. That might still need to be, later there. Fine, we've got this. I could swear even at the time, oh, that there was a. Let's see, what was the thing with the Lizardman army? You could have basically give different traits to I think it was to the Saurus warriors. So there was something like they were immune to fear or something like that. So I was going to have them basically be essentially like walking on lava or something like that. So that could do, well, first of all, lots of source light type stuff. But yeah, we were going to call those a lizard in crimson. Hey there, Arid. Everybody, please give Aridican wife a follow. Yeah, I kept telling people, Arid, that 130, you were probably in line for the big 130 as well. And again, everybody, please give Aridican wife a follow. Again, why don't you post the Pinterest links there? And hopefully the stream went well there, Arid. Hopefully the stream went very, very well. Let's get a little bit of a hype train going here for. Hopefully, again, that is not too loud. Keeping it off to the side so it didn't get too loud there. Everybody, check out that Pinterest link that Aridican Wife just posted. Thanks so much there, Aaron. Appreciate that. I should have kept that easier to reach because I knew that you would be here. Again, I hope that the stream went really well there, Aaron. Second. It should have gone back to that. There we go. I'm glad that you were able to make even more progress on that, Arid. And again, everybody please give Aridican Wife a follow while you're at it there. Where we are, here we are. Me do a little blendish-mindy there. Some of that down here as well. Little hints of our light here, but again, we want that to also kind of have the cascading shadow effect as well. So here, I'm gonna end up doing the whole iris thing because I want that to be different from the glowing diode right there. We need to get some dark around there first. Well, Arid, definitely, I think it's after both of us, Arid. It's definitely after both of us. Let's see. That's a bit of a minor detail, right, Arid? Bit of a minor detail. Yeah, I don't think that's where better late than never really qualifies for that, right, Arid? Yeah, I'm not so sure that better late than never really works with that. Not so much. I'm gonna say nope. I'm gonna say nope. Yeah, I think we call a little bit of shenanigans on that, right, Aaron? Yeah, that's more like a how about from the get-go instead of much later. All right, let me see if I can get now. Hopefully this has the oh, that has well, that's got the opacity we were looking for sure. Yeah, and that's definitely in an environment where already lots of crazy things are going on, right, Aaron? Yeah, there's already all kinds of stuffs happening there. Let me see if I can get this around here, and let me refresh this again, and now try. So does that? Let me just push you out of the way so it's a little less distracting there. I mean, right next to here. Let me maybe get a little bit of this brighter stuff right over here where we've got the other area of our glow. Now, I guess the other thing I was wondering is, because it's kind of been lingering for a while, did that make that more necessary, or was it kind of just necessary all along? And it's like, well, you know what? If somebody would have maybe all this time, that actually could have really helped a bunch. I wouldn't be surprised if that were the case. This right here, again, basically indigo. So it's not just darker, it's also got that extra bit of blue in there. So again, more of that dark here, but it's also, again, got the blue element to it. Here, all the way down there. Perhaps, yeah, you know what? Here, let's make all that stuff darker too, and maybe not so much glow there either. So again, we're what about not quite, yeah, still not quite 2 hours yet. We established our glow stuff like always. Boom, fast as soon as possible. Establish that glow. I'm gonna go even more towards a bluish thing here for the recesses. And just trying to again break down this alkyd here. Get rid of all that extra stuff. And trying to establish another line of the reflected light here that is not as light as that other line, and also is a little bit of a different coloration. We're not going to be not going to try and do the you know should that get a little, nah, I don't think we're going to quite do the orange up here. Down there we will, but we're not going to take our blending brush to that just yet. We want to give that a few seconds at least to set first. That's not be hasty. Don't be hasty, little hobbitses. And then too, we will be doing some more stuff on. Oh, actually, our here. That's right. It's like, wait a minute. There was something I was gonna do back here. That would be this. Now This has got like some of the yellow in there. It's got some of our gray. There's all kinds of contamination of other colors in here. It doesn't matter because, well, it's not going to be white anyways. Very light? Yes. Not necessarily white. So sorry about that too. Again, here it's not like, well, okay, yeah, there's somebody there that can just kind of watch and take care of everything, right, while that heals. It's kind of the opposite. That does sound like a little bit of a pattern there, Irid. There's things that somehow go unnoticed that almost are kind of like, well, yeah, we would normally just kind of check for that. I mean, I would imagine there's like some simple resistance tests or something like that that could probably be done to say, yeah, that's probably what this is. Okay, again, I don't want to go too late with that because here, right, we want that to have a glow to it. Let me see if this will provide that glow. Again, I have to probably break out some more of the Williamsburg Indian Yellow. We'll do that when I go refresh the medicine. That is definitely later, for sure. Yeah, that does seem right here. It's like, well, just maybe we should think about that. Boom, there we are. Ooh, look at that. Nice and, well, maybe not too nice and light there. We gotta get that on here. That's why I wasn't working too much on the cloak, because I figured, you know what, I'm gonna have to set my hand on this thing here. So good thing I said, no, just wait. Let's wait on that. Now, oh, that, fine. Let me grab a little bit of that and see if that brings it back to the yellowish orange. Okay, too much paint on there. Eventually, we'll end up landing a brushstroke or two on this thing. Yeah, there we go. Like, at some point, we'll just be like, okay, yeah, that is about the right consistency. Yeah, now I don't want to go too crazy with all the orange on here just yet. We need a little bit here on the hand. Not so much like the skin. There's a hyper reflective surface. It's just kind of in line with. It's in line with that. Now I would like to. Let me see if I can do a little sneaky cheeky line of reflectation over there, because that's a new word, Cam. I do words. I can make up words. If I do words, right, Cam, I can make up words like reflectation. Don't know what that means. It's a new word. So see you later, Quizquilla. So Quiz, again, I'll try to do the normal Saturday stream. If I get to do it, it will undoubtedly be a much later stream, just again because there could be spiciness. So don't be surprised again if the Saturday stream is a later start. But appreciate you being here, Quiz. Now, and Quiz also too. This will end up on the Linseed Fellowship YouTube channel, so you'll be able to catch what you missed there. All of this stuff, it eventually ends up on the Linseed Fellowship YouTube channel. Nope. I gotta refresh the brush again. And then do that. Now, let me see if I can. I might even go a little bit of the violet here in the skin tone. Ooh, there we are. That is it. Actually, I'm liking that. I'm gonna go more. I'm gonna put more of that violet in there. And get some of that over on this side of the face. A little more on that cheek there. Okay. So thank you so much, Quiz. Appreciate that. And again, have yourself a fantastic, fantastic Saturday and also Sunday. I keep thinking of this as Friday because again, I didn't get to do the Friday stream, and apologize for that. There was mischief. Again, generally, streaming works better with electricity. It's one of those laws of physics right there. That's pretty much the Perline red, not the Perline crimson. That's the Perline red. Oh, I'm just get some of this out of here. Let us try to do some more lighter stuff on that here. Let's do that again. Gotta break that stuff down. Lighter, lighter, and a little bit lighter. Yeah, that's. I think it was a little crooked. Oh, looky there. We're just gonna take that and we'll just wipe it away. Like it was never there to begin with. Like again, that kind of went where it wasn't supposed to go. Look at that. Just take a random blending brush and problem is solved. Don't really get all worked up about that stuff. It's easy to fix. Thanks, Incarnes. Yeah, I'll send you some pictures of some of the mischief there, Incarnes. And again, we're kind of hoping that the setup is not quite like what we just had for yesterday. And again, no matter what, it would be a late start to the channel. So I know I've been trying to do more like 10 p.m. Central starts for the streams on Saturdays. That will most likely not be the case for tomorrow. Of course, maybe it happens. Who knows? I'm just saying it's probably not going to play out that way. Now, if I end up doing a Sunday stream, as in not like starting at midnight on Sunday or something like that, maybe maybe that is where we do the little 10 p.m. start on Sunday or something. Oh, and Ganes, check this out. I did a bunch of again. These are just test ships for the Terra 4 stuff. Ultimately, the ships will be made out of pieces and parts. These were really just for scale, just for sizing, because now I can measure that, and then when I take it into when I take that into Blender, then I can kind of set the overall size of it. Uh, uh, so Ngane's really fun, exciting things involving what's that? It's called Nomad Sculpt, and that actually works with the iPad. Let me get this right in here. Speaking of eyes, there we go. It works really well with the iPad. So for some of the sculpts that you haven't even seen yet, because there's whole parts of them that kind of need, well, resculpting. This is kind of the tool I've been looking for, because Blender, it doesn't work really well on organic type stuff. And Nomad is, not only is it very good on the organic stuff, it does that on the iPad, which means I can work on other stuff on the regular machines and then use the iPad for this. Because yeah, I don't want to be working in Blender when I'm trying to render videos or something like that. So that is going to be extremely helpful here. I'm just going to simplify that for now. Then, I might even be time to break out. Let's do that here, Logan. Get another one of these out here. Let me just grab one of these. Again, these are the One Happy Choice brushes right here. Hey there, Grant Oracle. Now it looks like we got to do a little bit of surgery there. So great to see you there, Grant Oracle. I don't know if I was just showing the ships there, Grant Oracle. And also, too, again, I was talking about Nomad. That, I think, is going to be a very, 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 very handy little piece of kit moving forward. I think I'm going to be able to do some very nice sculpting on that. So in a little bit there, Grand Oracle, I'll show the ships. Again, they were just some test prints. And, oh, here we go. This is another one of our species right there. So I have all of these individual pieces. I've got these cargo bits. I have different bridges, different hull sections, different engine bays. And same thing for the Terraforce ships. I've got all kinds of... I've got essentially a superstructure for carriers, a superstructure for maybe more ships like tenders, refinery ships, repair ships, and then a kind of almost like a combat armored bridge for other ships. So yeah, I'm really, really, really looking forward to being able to show you those. I'll try and get you some pictures of those, Grant Oracle. I thought I had sent you some. But great to see you, of course, Grant Oracle. Thanks for being here like always. More of that here. Little more of a blend right there, yeah. And of course, Grand Oracle, if there is something that you would like to share in the chat or whatever's, please go ahead. Let's lighten you up a bit more there too, yeah. Now down here, I might actually throw some more darks, or let's maybe do a bit of a cast shadow here. So let me get rid of this. Some of a little bit of that black there, and now we're going to try to do again. Light's maybe coming this way. So maybe we got a little bit of a bit of a shadow type of thing that's moving that way a little bit. Perhaps we darken this even a little bit more. And that is super, super dry brushy right there. I mean, you can't get much more dry brushy than that. And then this will clean up some of that. Let me check out. No, I know we did that with Mordred. I don't know if we did with Lancelot. We didn't really do the powders on him so much, but I might do that on our Nimue here. Oh, gee whiz. This is what I don't know if you had a chance to see this yet, Grand Oracle, but this was stage 2 of our Dark Sword Dragon. And what I meant to do, Grand Oracle, and I know I mentioned in the video, was get... I know we have it sitting around in the house here somewhere, but I have no idea where exactly. But I want to get that silicone mold stuff as that you heat it up with hot water and then you form it into a shape or something. Now you're supposed to wrap it around an object, but I was hoping that it's something that I could maybe shape. Either that or I sculpt some water splashes there, Grant Oracle. Yes, get some water splashes, sculpt those, and then make a mold of them, and then take the flash curing resin, Grand Oracle, stick it in the mold. Actually, yeah, I'm kind of liking that. Artemichael, it was, what, $19.99, and that's it. It's a one-time fee. And which one? Oh, it was this one. I brought in this bust, and I was working on things like the hair. I was getting rid of some of the smaller things, strengthening up other ones, putting some more fabric creases in there, more texture in the hair. It is definitely clear UV resin, Artemichael. It's all the stuff that I've been using for the icicles, for other water effects. Actually, we have some of it right here. Yeah, it's this stuff right here. So it is 100% clear. And I know that it releases from the silicone molds and stuff because, well, we already tested that. Now, this type of mold material, I haven't tested it because, well, didn't occur to me. But it would be very interesting if I could craft those water splashes. But yeah, Grand Oracle, I don't know if you saw the Dark Sword Dragon video. That's part 2. Again, that's on the Patreon page. Just put that up on the Patreon page the other day. Now, okay, now I can come back with some of my lighter stuff on here. I wonder, was I using the... No, that was very much the blue. Okay, so let's not use the lighter yellowish stuff on that. That's fantastic, Grand Oracle. Yeah, that was... And, again, GPT did a really fantastic job on the color reference. It's amazing just how much more advanced that is. More of our light here on this cloak. Come on. There we are. Nah. Too much. Well, looky there. We'll just remove some. Well, this is the one I was using. Continue. More light here. Again, that was the weathering powders. We put that into the wet oil paint because what happens is as the oil paint cures, weathering powders cure with it. Weathering powders are now secure. They're on the figure. No need to be spraying something. Was it spray fixative or anything like that? Which 10 times out of 3, it messes up your powders anyway. So it's yes, the odds of it screwing up what you really like about your what you just did with your powders is it starts at 100% and goes up from there. Which again, that's not super optimal. Who'd have thought? Now over here, let me. I do have that lonely little bit of phthalo green that has not been touched. We're gonna here. Let's get some of our umber in there. That really definitely turns it into much more of a sap green. And in you go here. Been meaning to get to these couple little bit of veggie tables over here. What about over here? Not quite as intense with the green over here on all of this. I'll leave some of that orange there. Good. Alright, that is very helpful. I'm even gonna get me some of that over there. I'm even gonna put me some of that over here too. What the heck? It's crazy. Doing that. Here. Fade you a little. This isn't what I'm looking for here. Let me see if I can. And well, when we get to our hour number 3, we'll break out the old fast matte white for some of our latest stuff, of course. Just start breaking this down some here. Let me break this down here. Then get a little bit of our blue in that. Too much paint on that brush. Gotta get rid of a bunch of that. Okay, I think we're better there now. Yep. Up here. We kind of lost that bit of light that we had there. I'm going to have to bring that back. Okay, oh yeah, there we go. Now that's starting to read it. It's getting shinier. Getting shinier. Yeah, I know AD was saying there, Michael, that down further south there was supposed to be 100 or something like that. Well, I was saying to the neighbors earlier there, Michael, I was saying that there should be an opt-out clause, so you should be able to opt out of summer. I choose to opt out of summer, and I'll just go with just going with all year long winter, because there'll be plenty of people that opt out of winter, so they can grow all the crops because they'll have the summer. I'll just have it be winter here. We won't have to be boiling, right, Michael? Yeah, there we go. So see, that's got kind of the shiny stuff going there. We got ourselves some shiny. A little more here. carry that up here, top of the shoulder. Come on, right there. You know what? Maybe we will try to lighten you up too. And again, this is our tale of two Nimues here. Two very, very, very different Nimues. You know what? With the there, well, okay, that hopefully that's not too late here. You know, I think yeah, that makes a little more sense now. Fine, we'll do that. A little something more here on the chin, by the lips, and then this too. Here, let me get a little more light into that. Now the lips themselves, let me see what I can do with this violet here. Well, that's almost looking a little bit like our brassy color that I was thinking about using. No, 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 no. Don't want that on the nose there. Too much paint. Let me get rid of some. Let's try that for now. And then up here, let me try some of the umber in this. Oof. That's better. Well, I think we'll just have to sit our hand there for right now. Push that paint that way. And now let's go back to something that's gonna here. That's like our Naples yellow here. Do this. Refresh that brush. Ah. Now we're talking. Try that. Oh, one more time right here. And that's still mixing with all this stuff. All this here can still most definitely mix. No, 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 no. Let me bring that over into this skin tone here. We need a little something lighter back in there. Again, here it's as much about changing the skin tone color as it is trying to make it lighter. Trying to go for this cooler grayed down color here in the skin tone. Almost kind of, it's almost closer to the metal color, if anything. A little more of my orange. Let me try the... Nope, I better thin that down, make that even finer. Let me see if I can do this in the eye. Then we'll have to do the pupil too. So the lighter stuff in the iris now. Darker part of the pupil. Can we do that? I believe we did. There we are. Success. Ooh, let me. Okay, I think I can get a little touch of our orange. I guess maybe I can even use this. Well, okay, not quite. There we are. I can imagine that's kind of a field day for the critters, right, Erda Michael? I would imagine there's a whole bunch of critters that like that. Okay, I don't want that to walk over too far onto that side, but yeah, we need a little bit more of a transition there. I think we've got that now. I also think that maybe this is set enough. Let me see if we can get away with. Yes, I can make that lighter now too. Without that just tearing away paint. That would not be convenient. And let's see, look at it. We're just doing our blending stuff there. Like you do. Let that do its blendy stuff. I think I'm just going to go with one of these One Happy Choice brushes. We will take this. I was really thinking more of the Indian yellow add that. Let me see what we got with this mix, because what I would like to do. There we are. Is to go over that slightly with this. Whoops, that orange. And there. Oh yeah. Let's do some on that up there. We either got to go a whole lot lighter with those fingers, or we got to go dark. Let me try. Let me see what happens when we go lighter here with this. That, man, I think that's probably the right tack, the right way to go. And sometimes you have to maybe do a little back and forth. That also is lighter. And just really start catching the lightest of our glow, because I mean this is some of the closest area to it of actual source light. Fine, we'll do a little more of that up here. Like you do. Catch the top of this. Now for the nose and upper lip. The chin. Blending or something. There we are. No, we wanted that to go the other way. So maybe we'll take this. Recondition all that. I guess we'll draw this back in. Get all that dark stuff out of there and then try this one more time here. End of the nose, probably. Yep, that needed to be... Oh yeah, that needed to be lighter. Can see that now. Can't go too much lighter in this. Actually, whoa, that's what we're missing here. And this will also help with contrast a whole bunch. We gotta get this. We never did. We did this all on the other side. Didn't do that. Okay. Now this is one case where I guess you could say better late than never is fine. That better late than never. We can take that better late than never. Speaking of a little more dark, I'm going to darken that down. Up here, I need to maybe separate some of the here. And instead of only doing it with the lighter stuff, I'm going to try to do some of this. I think that was the way to go. So again, that Nomad stuff, now I had a grand total of about 35 minutes to even test it out, but since it worked with the iPad and I've got the pen, I automatically have the ability to do the pressure sensitive stuff, which again, until the Cintiq is hooked up, I can't do that yet in Blender, and even when I do, the Blender tools, again, it's almost like it tries to be too many different programs at the same time. And I'm definitely going to pretty much stick with Blender just for doing stuff like the starships, where I say, okay, I got all of these pieces that I made. We'll kind of slam those all together in Blender. Nice to see you there, Primus. So happy Saturday to you there, Primus. Here's hoping that Friday treated you well, and here's hoping that Saturday will be fabulous. Again, that's got a little bit less of the red in it. And it gets closer and closer to our board game version here of our Nimue. Back to that really our darker red there. To a blending brush of some kind. Like, say, that. So where are we at here? So 2 hours, 29 minutes ago. This, well, guess what? It was a completely paint-free object. There was no paint on here whatsoever. Yes, this is not being continued from another session. It's all just this session. Try to get that line coming down there. Suppose we'll try to darken up that cloak up there just a little bit. And now let's maybe do some more of these lines in the hair to get a little more separation in there. Thanks, Armored Wolf, for posting a link to the Patreon page. We just put up the latest video yesterday. And of course, we have plenty of our Cyber Arthurians that are part of that. And, well, I also have a, speaking of Blender, I do have a Blender tutorial series on the Patreon page. I also am, well, I'm going to try anyways, to do a Nomad tutorial. Now, that's going to be a little bit more tricksy because I'm going to have to, try to capture the screen and capture it in XSplit. And now you're talking about Apple and non-Apple products trying to be combined together, and that can always get interesting. It is most definitely, well, let's put it this way. I think even was it something like $400 a year or something like that for ZBrush? And I believe you might even have to, say, pay for individual brushes or something like that. They would be add-ons, but still. A little bit of my red over the top of that. Nice to see you there, Recoil. So Recoil, in addition to everything else, like I was saying, the Bulldogs don't do too well against Adelaide. Well, they didn't do too well against Adelaide, did they, Recoil? Yes, I believe they lost by at least, was it 80-something points? So I think that will pretty much go, I believe, the way we thought it would. So great to see you there, Rico. Sorry again, I haven't been able to send you too many more messages. There's more pictures of mayhem to send you there, Recoil. So yeah, I'll send you some more of those after the stream. Ooh, there we go. We needed some of that over here. Maybe some, that was getting a little too crazy. Now we're gonna do our later stuff again. So great to see you there, Recoil. And hopefully you had a chance to do some more painting on that. I know that, like you said, it was in the gloriously messy stage, right, Recoil? So I'm sure you'll be super excited. It always is kind of wild, right, Recoil, when it starts to emerge from the initial super messy phase, and then it starts to coalesce. So hopefully you can get a chance to work on that again. Maybe not too much down there. Oh, here, let's get some of this a little later now. A little later here too. Now we're talking. Oh, that's fantastic recoil. What? You know what? Let me. Ooh, I've got this. Because there's so much of the yellow. Okay, good. That's got some of the orange in it. There's just like a ton of yellow. I just need a little bit more orangey stuff going on here. Is nice. And again, being patient, right? I was able to add that extra bit of later stuff in there because being patient, not hasty. Don't be hasty. I think, okay, yeah, there you can see that distinctly more cooler coloration right there. What's happening over here? Let me try this for here. Not so much that it's the orange reflecting up there. I just thought maybe. So this is very much different than our usual Excalibur, right? Because again, this is all about the corruption here. So let's see. We've done so far. We did our the bust and figure version of Corrupted Lancelot. Now we've got our Nimue. Might hit Merlin next, and he's also gonna have again that red glow to him. Just it's lightest here where it's right next to where our glow is. I don't want this to overpower this glow that's happening over here, of course. Alright, let's do that. Couple more hit. Oh yeah, this needs another another hit of our later stuff there. So Rico, yeah, there's not going to be a whole lot of asparagus since the store is still closed. We're kind of working on non-perishable products there. It would be really neat if the garden was already producing edibles there. Could have relied on that. Just a little too soon. A little too soon for that. Let me hit this right here. Nice to see you there, Stulitzer. Oh, and of course, recall. I have to send you pictures again of the test prints on our other ships from the Compass Rose universe. Here's the big old carrier, and again, those are really just for mostly just for scale. They're just for size. I'll be painting those up on well, not this Monday because we have to get to the smaller ships in our Siri Republic fleet. But that might be not this Monday, but and who knows, that might be part of the birthday stream. Actually, is painting up some of the Terraforce ships. So they've had no power since Wednesday. And that refrigeration truck is still sitting out in front of the store. They tried to get as much as they could into that refrigeration truck. Even the post office was no power. Yeah, Armored Wolf. It's kind of funny, right? It's like there will be at some point lots of protein, right, Arma? So any kind of protein, what would you say, a little bit of a protein dip or something like that will be replaced by a protein spike with the pizza. So yep, Stewart, sir, pretty much day after day after day. There was, I was showing some of the pictures of roofing elements that became modular. Definitely trees that also became modular. And trees that became HMOs very suddenly, highly mobile objects. Let me see if I can. No, see, but this can't do the extra light stuff there. That's the cloth. We'll stick to this. Right, that's going to get our lightest stuff there. So Rico, remember the picture of those sausages I was showing that were on sale at the store? It's a good thing I stocked up on those, and then made them all because well I've been able to eat those. There we go. So see, we got the shinies happening there. We got a little bit of the reflected light, right? Not too much there. Oh, I would. Let me see if we can do it. Maybe I should wait for the fast matte white, but let me try this here. Right there on the eye. One more time. No, it's got to be a teensy bit more noticeable than that. Try this again. Well, let me get rid of some of the excess paint here first. I know there's too much on there. There we go. Bingo. It took a few tries, but we finally got there. And definitely took a couple of tries. So hopefully doing well there, Stulitzer. Hopefully a fine Friday and a fabulous Saturday is on the way. I would like for this to be a little later too. Come on. Yep, recoiled. That was well, actually the last of the frozen fries that the neighbor gave me. Those went into said air fryer a couple days ago, and well, we'll probably be eating the last of those after the stream. Oh, gee whiz, we got to get ourselves some more light down in here too. Yeah, let's start doing them. Like, wait a minute. We's missing something over here. Let's get some light here. Oh, and of course, recoil. So the demise of the dogs. Guess who is? Speaking of top dog, guess who is top dog in the American League Central? That would be your Chicago White Sox. Yes, much surprise. And they're not exactly doing it against the dregs of the league either. Boom. That's very much a surprise. Okay, some more overlight there because, well, look at that. And again, that's the board game version of our Nimue figure. Now working on the showcase version. It's been neat to bring out the original version again to show that's a regular Nimue there versus the corrupted version. Recoil, the funny thing is that's not a done thing. And actually, recoil, that's been a done thing since the 1980s. Yes, that whole moving to Indiana thing, that's been happening since, well, since computers were first started to be getting into homes. Yeah, yeah, recoil. The first time I heard of that, yeah, that's when computers first were invented. At least as far as the kind of stuff you would get that was affordable for people at home. I mean, there was computers before then, but not the kind of stuff that people could have at home. So yeah, that whole moving to Indiana thing, that hasn't happened yet, and it's been happening for 40 some odd years. Just like the White Sox moving to Sarasota. The White Sox have been moving somewhere to another city again since the 1980s. They've been in the same stadium since the 1990s. They haven't even moved this stadium, much less moved cities. And they do that. That's not really something that happens too much, I think, with Aussie rules, right, Rico? Since they all kind of play in the same stadiums. I'm going to try and fire up a little bit something there, yeah. Essentially, the idea is that you will build me a stadium or I move. And of course, they're not looking for a $10 million stadium or anything like that. They want it to be a multi-billion-dollar stadium. They want to bring in the ticket revenue, not so much build the stadium. Again, not sure that really happens too much in Aussie rules because, again, most teams are using the same stadiums anyway. Speaking of stadiums, have they started building that stadium in Hobart yet? I have not looked in a long time. I'm going to look and see if they've actually started building that stadium in Hobart. And it was going to be the Tasmanian Devils, right, Recoil? That was going to be the new expansion team. I will try to get... There we are, a little bit dark. Oops. A little more dark right there. Yeah, I figured that would be a scenario that is not unknown to you there, Rico. Yep. Welcome back there, Irid. Of course, Irid. Why don't you post your fabulous jewelry in the chat one more time? Get that Pinterest link going there. Wow, look at that. Dark makes a difference, and that's not just darker. Remember, that's got the indigo in it. That's got some indigo here. Yeah, let's do that. Let's sharpen up some edges. Let us sharpen up some edges here. Let's do that. On this part of the armor up here. A little more there, and then sharpen those. We got these to sharpen up, and also we got to darken this. Yeah, we got a whole bunch of stuffs to do right here. And then we'll try to hit the, whoops, the lightest edge of armor, right on the tip, sorry, tip of that. Let me get this. Maybe we'll darken this down too. Wasn't thinking about that, but that sort of works better. Yeah, here, grab some of this darker red. I guess separate the fingers a little more here. Oh, and recoil. Again, I think I might have sent you a picture of these, but I'll get you some more pictures of those. I also I did the first of the as we call them, the fish and chips. That would be the El Chiba. So yeah, they're basically the fish people. That test chip printed out very well. I was shocked at how well that printed out. Armored Wolf, I may have figured out the Saturn settings. Well, at least with the oh, what's that resin? At least with the gray ceramic resin, or the ceramic gray resin, whatever it's called, I think I might have those figured out, because again, here is, where does she go? This was the latest print there, so that's another one of our Celtic goddesses. That is Danu, and then, so we'll either, and I was thinking, if I do get to paint tomorrow, this is the redone Sauron. So again, the cloak was the problem. It was too thin. Yeah, not a problem anymore. No, sir. Not a problem now. Let me see if I can't push this up a little bit further. Yeah, that makes a little more sense up there. So yeah, recoil. If I only knew then, if you were to compare that to the one I did basically in early December, it's hard to believe, right? Recoil. That seems like it was 10 years ago. It was 6 months, so 13 weeks ago. Recoil. Yeah. That's when that all started, was 13 weeks ago. Again, it seems more like 13 years ago. Because I didn't even know what an orthographic was, right, Recoil? I didn't even know what that was at the time. Can I? Yeah, here, let's throw this over the top of there. Umber, let's get that out here. Break it down. There we go. We can use that as a little bit of a, well, let's get rid of all that other stuff on the brush there. And actually, I was able to start another phase of my old Starship story stuff, and what I learned, Recoil, is that I had actually come up with a Firefly style story years before Firefly ever reached the airwaves. Yeah, they owe me money, Recoil. That's how that's gonna roll. Yes, indeed. They got to pay up to me, because apparently in 1996 I had a story that was pretty darn similar to Firefly. I'll send you. I got it. Well, unfortunately, again, the song part of it, it just does not translate across Instagram. I believe it was it September, Recoil, when I first tried doing the bas reliefs? Or was it? No, it was October. I think it was October. So yeah, we're not anywhere close to even the 1 year anniversary recoil. I don't know how much further up we want to go with this lighter yellowy orange here. No, 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 no. Back to here we go. Yeah. Oh, that was better. Yeah. Okay, that would have definitely been way too much. I might even, yeah, hit those up there. Okay. Because we don't want this to be too prominent here. Not too much. I'm also starting to think, instead of going lighter with that glowies, let me try this. When in doubt, make things darker. Let me try this. If it doesn't work, we can change that back up again. But I think that's probably the way to go. Yeah. But yeah, that Nomad software, I was really, really amazed at what that could do. I guess the cool kids call them apps. I keep forgetting about that. That's not software anymore. I will try. Let's grab this guy here. To the orange we go. Maybe even a little bit of the perline red on there. Can you see what we're doing? I think you can see it. Just going to drop me a little bit of that on these folds that are very in close proximity to that glow right there. Not a ton, just a little something. Because remember, it was that the remember the 4 seasons. It was the Muka stuff, right? The 4 seasons. And that was right around the time when Zach was doing his D&D thing there. Rico, remember? Because that was I was doing that. It was that night, right? And we weren't sure if that was going to happen or not. And I was actually working on that stuff. And then December 4th or whatever, that's when I got joined that other app. And Rico, when did you do the animation, the Vox Emporium animation? I could swear that was somewhere in that October. Was that October, November, or was that more November when you did the Vox Imperium? Trying to darken you. Well, I mean, darken is relative. It's just got some orangey stuff in it. There, and again, that is that's the full-on puro orange right there. That's why that's it. If I was using just an Elkid orange, not going to be doing that. Again, that is the puro orange there. Yeah, and actually, even what I've been able to do animation-wise too, recoil. I'm gonna try to. Well, again, after I get this fleet out of the way, I'm gonna try and do that first intro video to the Compass Rose universe. I've got all the animations set up for that. I've got something like 30 10-second animations recoil set up for that. Now, this is a little bit of kind of it's what we call a loaded blending brush. There's a bunch of paint on this brush, but I am using it in the same way that I typically use my blending brush. And again, here we also wanted to make sure that we had what kind of looks like a little bit of cast shadow. Now we can't just have that be pitch black dark under there. We're gonna go back here to our. It's actually got some of the violet in it. Yeah, that can't all just be super dark there. We gotta have something else. Okay, just got these 2 fingers on this brush here. That is it. Have we even gotten down? Okay, we just got to hour number 3. It is just now hour number 3. Okay, that makes a big difference there on the underside of the arm. Get rid of the paint out of here. That upper lip. Again, you can see the comparison to our board game miniature there. Nah, I want more of the blue. Gonna do this. And now let me try the lighter stuff on top of that. Let me see if that will work. Nah, better break that down a little. That's a little too thick. Try it again here. No, we're good. I was like, maybe we got too much paint on there. I don't think so. Take away a little bit more. Yeah, okay, there we are. That had gotten too thick. Now, let me actually try to go back with a little bit more of the violet on the lips here. I think Gamda, yeah, that's most likely. I'm thinking that's going to be a separate bit. I'm almost thinking Gamda of, well, now, oh, this is the thing that I can do in that other software way easier now. It's quite literally basically just cut off the hand. Like, see where this, right here, where this little bracelet thing is. I could actually do a cut there, and this way you could print the hand separately with the flame. And that's one of the things that is very difficult to do in Blender, is complex cuts like that. And I think now I'll be able to do that much easier. I mean, we'll see if it actually plays out that way. And I haven't tested that, but there was a whole bunch of, again, cleanup stuff I was able to do on the hair of that Arianrod bust. Yeah, that's a little too light up there. Okay, that's better. Let me try to reorganize this here. I'm gonna do this first. Let's just reorganize that, and then we will maybe try this again. With some of our circuitry. I guess I better thin it down a little. Ah, that worked. Yeah. No, maybe going lighter with this is gonna work. Let's try that. You know what? Let me get a little. Where's that Williamsburg stuff again? So we're just gonna get some of this Indian yellow out here. Again, it does not take much with that Williamsburg stuff. Oh my gosh, it does not take much at all. Then we're gonna get a whole bunch of darker stuff down here too. Even I need some more. I think I even need some more light on that. But let me do this first. First things first. Now it's gonna be too yellow, more orange. Let me try that. Coming from the eye there. Let's put it this way, Camden. It's a very good thing that I stuck to the notion that no, we're not putting any. We're not going to be putting anything out there until we have this stuff right, and that was a very good philosophy. Because now I got the tools to make it the way I really want it to be. Also, too, Camden, I figured out a much easier way to get the was it for My Mini Factory, right, where you have to have the grayscale render type things. That is another thing that this does really well. It's way easier to do the grayscale render and then get the image of it. Because that was looking to be a task that was potentially going to take months to do. Now it could potentially just be a few hours at most for like everything. Lighten this edge up right over there, and then also here. Yeah. Well, and here's hoping now Camda, were you going to be? Oh, and the building looks really nice there, Camda. Sorry if I never had a chance to say. The building turned out really fantastic. If you wanted to chuck that old Instagram link up there in the chat, Camda. And of course, Irid, if you wanted to share your Pinterest link again, now that you have returned. There we go. Everybody check out the Instagram link that Camda just shared. Camda also does the oil paint stuff. Now over here, we got to do something here with this river. Let me try this. Something that is not the red there. Okay, we did that. Now I'm going to try to get the darker stuff on this side of it. Maybe we'll just use Mute as a blending brush. Just like that. Well, thanks, Irid. Appreciate that. Let me get this darker stuff out of here. Because we need to... there we are. Also, that is going to have to get that one last little kick of our light here. We're doing some of that, and then another little bit here. Yeah, there we are. I think I can, I can throw a little bit more light here because that has had a chance to set. And even there, it's kind of almost working a little bit like a loaded blending brush. Now, actually, before we get to start having to think about our Cinco trace there, Ken, I think I might go refresh that medicine super quick. Because now that's only about 20-ish minutes away, about 23 minutes away. We don't want to miss that, right, Camja? So again, don't go anywhere. Don't go anywhere. I'm just going to, again, refresh medicine, do a quick check on something, and I shall be right back. Because we want to do a little more refinement over here on this part of the cloak. And we got to do something over here. Just some cracks. Something simple over there on that side. And then even get a little bit more development on this item. Also our plant over there. So again, don't go anywhere. We shall be right back. I'm going to start out. Let me do a couple little lights here, then we'll get to our darker stuff. So let me take our orange here, bring it into this. Got that Indian yellow still. And get where's my thing of here we go. So the basing bits that you were seeing, remember, I have a whole line of the Cyberthuria basing bits there too. Oh, here we are. Let me get in more of this. Like you do. More of this orange here. Maybe just on the edges now of some of these rocks here, or stones. And then I was kind of hoping the rest we could kind of do more with just throwing some of our darks out here. Come on. There we are. So yeah, Armored Wolf definitely, the Mitsa thing is definitely, I was actually telling my sisters or brother-in-law about the pizza the other day. That's what you call a protein pie right there. It's got all the meats, all the nutrition. Let me catch a little bit of an orange on that plant right there, and then we're going to just we need a little bit of light over here too. Ah, there we are. We just kind of were throwing some of our initial source light on there, just with a little bit of the dry brush stuff. So again, kind of like what we did on this one, we gotta do a similar thing here. Let's see if we can do that. Much more of that light over here. Boom. Ooh, that needs to be later. That needs to be later. And by later, this seems super light here. Yeah, this is nowhere near as light as the stuff that's up here. It just looks that way because we got enough of our dark. And guess what? It's going to look even lighter when we bring in even more of our dark. So let me get this orange here. Some more of the red mix. Ah, there we go. That is better. Now let's. Ooh, first this. First we're gonna do this. A little more light right along this edge here. To the dark we go. To the dark. So the again we've got our fabulous pearling crimson mixed, and now with some of that coal black slash Mars black, and really so in some of these recesses here we're gonna try to really lock in some nice dark stuff and some sharper edges too. It's not quite a pin line wash. It's relatively thin though. Ah, there we go. And that was pretty darn close to a pin line wash. It was real close. Whoops, that didn't go there. Ah, here's another place where this dark stuff really gonna help. Yep, separate all these. Again, the idea is all kind of corrupted cables and stuff. I think it was the Green Knight. We used some. Actually, used some of these on Mordred too. I wonder, can I? That's a little bit difficult to reach them, but I'm gonna try anyway. Yeah, these are all gonna be very toasty looking. I think Merlin might be the next one that I try to do. And he's gonna that glowing staff is holy smokes. Now let's see, where's the? And this of course is the board game version of him. So there you go. That's what we already have this. It's all printed out and ready to go. It's all set and ready to go. To the dark out here. Set the edges on some of our stones here. Maybe even do some, might paint in some cracks as well. That would almost be a little bit of a shadow too. I mean, source lighting. Source lighting gonna cast probably some shadows. That's kinda what light does. Just spoiler alert. Dark over there. And then here, let's play with some of this. Got maybe some cracks here. Ones maybe that don't have the orange filler. I haven't done anything on this side. Let's get ourselves some nice old cracks to do this. Yeah, that was a whole bunch of nothing right there. We gotta have a little something there. And now we gotta do cracks in here. Dark over here. More dark in our recesses along all of this. Have a good night there, Erin. I hope you can sleep tight again. Sorry about all the extra craziness and such. It's been extra crazy here for weeks now. So that is very understandable. And here's hoping you can get yourself some sleep there, Erin. No. Let me go back to my orange here. And it doesn't have to be terribly light to have some impact here, and that it does. Yeah, see, that's basically almost just a red there. But because of all of the nice juicy darks there, that stands out pretty well. Not too shabby. Ooh, let me try this with that same reddish orange right in there. Oh, okay. Sorry, Erin. I say that was a reply to Camda there. Sorry about that. More of that dark in there. So one of the things that happens with these larger ones like this is that the camera boom pretty much covers 45% of the chat. So I have to kind of like specifically try and look around the camera boom, which hides things like, oh yeah, this is a reply to, instead of just this is a statement. No, let me try this. Can we get some of that up here too? We can. See, don't really have enough of a red up there. I'll try to maybe get some of the, speaking of getting some of the red out of there, I guess that would reach it maybe. Let me try this. Oh, that's right, that's an Elkid. We have to liven that back up again. Yeah, the orange really not gonna reach some of these areas up here. So we're gonna make a little bit of a change there. Come on. This is just the Naples yellow. That's not. We're not using white there. There is no white at all, actually. Now that I think about it. I'm going to. No, that's gotta be more orange. That would be really dingy. That's like what we would be doing for the other side, not for this side. I will also have to start thinking about putting that fast mat weight out there, since there's now 3 hours 26 minutes in and we have not used any fast mat weight yet. We have not had that out on the palette yet. I'm trying to get some of this right on this little batch of the hair. So that one. Lighter still right here. And actually this needs to be. There you go. I was trying to sneak in a little bit of dark there. Nah, not really doing it. So we'll go back the other way. We'll make it later then. Fine. We can do that. I think now I can maybe come back down here with some of this much later orange yellow. Needed to see what the darks would look like. Some of the mid-tones. You too. Getting some of that now. Couple little extra lights on the ends of these broken cables. Super tempted to mess with that, but let me try some stuff in here first. Like that. That should actually be lighter. Same here. Okay, no, that's not light enough. Bring some of this down here. Where's my Indian yellow? There it is. First this side. And then another highlight over here. Do I need to... Yeah, that's a little bit verschmizzled there. We gotta de-verschmizzle that. Though Camden, I hope that that's been fun. It's been a long time, Camden, since I've been able to mess around with that. It's been quite a few years. Actually, Kepti's brother, he's still doing. I mean, he's got thousands and thousands of Lego pieces. I mean, he does some of the reselling type stuff, but he also collects that, and so he kind of uses the reselling as a way to kind of be able to get the funds to collect the kits that he really, really wants to have for himself. And I mean, he pretty much has like every piece they ever made memorized, and I mean like every piece. I've been wishing that he would be able to maybe also use something, say, either even it's just like a CAD design program or whatever, and make his own brick kits. Because I think the creativity of that, I think he would really love it, right, Uber Yeti? Great to see you there, Uber Yeti. Uber Yeti, why don't you, speaking of sharing some stuff, why don't you share some? I just saw your Instagram post. Was it yesterday there, Uber Yeti, I think? Why don't you share some stuffs in the chat? Because Uber Yeti also does the oil paint stuffs there. And yeah, Uber Yeti, we now have two other started print. Actually, three. I've done test prints for three other fleets in addition to all of the Siri Republic stuff. Everybody check out the Instagram link that Uber Yeti just shared. So of course, again, thanks for joining here, Uber Yeti. Appreciate that, like always. Now we're going to do a little bit of this here. So this is another thing again. I wasn't sure if what I wanted to do here as far as the cracks and how it related to our Excalibur there. Now that I know this, I'm going to go back and again use Nomad to, I think, pretty easily create some very nifty cracks here in this stone. So yeah, Uber Yeti, the one. Most of them are for TerraForce, but we also did one for the Chetzok Alliance, and also did another one for again the Alchiba. Again, that's our fishy species. Is our fish and chips. The difference is that those two fleets there, the Chetzok and the new Terra fleets, those are the ones that have all of the individual bits. So again, those were just test chips, just to again see what kind of scale they should be, so that I can, when I'm in Blender, then I can say, okay, the ship should be this size, 95 millimeters, whatever, 65 millimeters, and then start to put on the turrets, the bridges, all that kind of stuff. It'll be a lot easier having done those prints now. I know the size. So yeah, Camda, the first one was it. Again, kind of looks like a space whale, and actually printed out really well. Again, I think I'm starting to finally get that Saturn locked in. It has not been easy. And right now it's only with one type of resin. It's just the ceramic gray. We'll have to kind of backfill on the clear red and all those other ones later on. Now let me grab the black here. Let me try these together. Is this too dark or is... No, that's right about where I needed it. That's not too shabby. So I guess for the Gaia species there, Camden, maybe they would have to be LC'd because they would be the entlings there. I mean, they're not really Ents, but space Ents, but yeah, they would have to be LC'd. Good enough. Now, the handle of our corrupted Excalibur. Let me see if we can do a little something more here. That was more than I was looking for right there. Fine, we'll work with it. We'll roll with it like we do. No big deal. Now let me try to get a little corridor of these lighter bits here. That are right up the handle of the sword. Can't look at that. 2 fingers on the brush and nowhere near, right? Nowhere near that metal ferrule. I mean, like not just not in the same zip code, not in the same longitude or latitude or whatever. It's a long ways away. Nowhere near it. Back off of that. Let's try this now. Little something here. You know what? Ooh, one more if I get... Nah, I gotta thin this down. Let me try this here. Yeah, okay. Because now that sort of separates where the cloak attached to that. And I was trying to have the cloak attached to this, because remember, this is all one piece, this whole thing. Now, this again, this was a separate piece. Alright. Back to the... That's that Naples yellow. That's the Alkyd version. And of course, Pigment Red 101. We are all Pigment Red 101. That needs to be softened. And I think I need to get some of our firelight on the lip there. Yeah, that makes a bit more sense. Fine. Ooh, fast matte white. That would be this stuff right here. That's gonna go out there. Break some of that off to bring that over here into and combine that with our Indian yellow. Now we're going to try to do the lightest light of our... You think, oh, they can't get lighter than that. Well, we just did. We just made that lighter. Just made that lighter too. Just when you thought it couldn't get fiery enough, it just got more fiery. And no, that is not straight up white. That has still got yellow in it. More of it there. So that's now even lighter, even brighter. And then this is what we'll use for some of these metal areas that are really close to the flame. They're going to really catch some of that light. Bam, look at that. And that's to make sure that that kind of is kind of separate from, say, the skin, which is not as reflective So it's unless it's like right next to, like over here, right where it's right next to the flame, then of course, well, it makes sense for it to be later over there. Ah, here's another one of our edges up there. This one too. I'll have now it's official. Have yourself a good night there, Irid. And of course, everybody give Irid can't wait for a follow. You'll be doing you'll be doing your normal Saturday stream, right, Irid? Which of course would be 7 p.m. Pacific time. So again, everybody, please give Irid can't wait for a follow. There's that. Couple of lights along the edge of this, and now over here. Yeah, this is metal. Couple extra little glinty things bouncing off of the metal there. Less stone here because, well, it's further away from that light source, right? Maybe a couple little things glinting over here. Maybe again on parts that are supposed to be metal. Ah, here we are. Back to this again, and a little something here again, and maybe something right there. You know what, let me see if this will work in here. I hope that's not too much. Yeah, oh, there we go. Bam. All right. Yes, that is what I needed in there. Because now that looks like a full-on glow. Might even try to catch a few extra little strands of lighter stuff on the here. Here. And maybe center in some really light, just right there. Again, not too much. Not too much. Few more lights over on this portion. Yeah, like that. We need a little more right over here. That's not nowhere near this light. This might just do it right here. Let me bring in one of these brushes where we'll just use this again as a glorified micro blending brush. Now we need another little hit right here. So these little offset lights and darks like this, that's what's gonna kind of give you that that metal look, because it's like, okay, there's something else in the room that's maybe reflecting that light bouncing from some other place or whatever. maybe one more hit in the center of it there. Perhaps even the little bit of reflected light over there. And we are now at 3 hours 45 minutes in. 3 hours 45 minutes ago, this had no paint on it, just a little bit of primer painting as we call it. Other than that, that is it. Let's get a little tool. Let me retreat on that. Perhaps even a little. Let me thin that down. Perhaps a little bit more of an orange up there. And then maybe we restore a little bit of the eyebrow here. Like that. Again, that's a very different expression. Right, again, that's our that was the original Nimue figure. That was essentially the very first one I ever really did. It's really nifty now. After having done that one, to get to the corrupted version of it, and in the game, the player characters, depending on their either proximity to Mordred or some of the actions they take, or their proximity to corrupted nodes or data nodes or whatever, that enhances that corruption, and the characters can kind of just go full on. They just become fractured. So the corruption comes first, and then the possibility of the character fracturing. And at that point, they get themselves a secret agenda card. It's not necessarily working against the other players. It's just, well, they're doing their own thing. And their own thing doesn't necessarily, again, mean like, oh, okay, they're best buddies with Mordred. That is not the way that goes down. Nice to see you there, Kruger. Welcome back. Happy Saturday and all that good stuff. Now the green on here is a little bit on the cooler side. Not quite as warm of a green as we did on the other Nimue. Thanks, Kruger. It's the finally getting a chance to do the showcase version. With the other ones, we did the showcase version first and then the board game miniature. This is the board game miniature. Here is the showcase one. And again, here is the non-fractured, non-corrupted Nimue. And then this is our, again, our corrupted version of Nimue here. Well, I think it's safe to say full-on fracture. Yeah, that's... I think full-on fracture is what we're thinking for this one here. We did our Lancelot one a few weeks ago. Probably going to do the Merlin one next. I believe all the corrupted characters, I believe those are all, I think that video is up on the Linseed Fellowship YouTube channel. So Kruger, let me see. This 3 hours, 49 minutes, and 39 seconds ago. That's actually when we started painting this. So yeah, less than 4 hours ago. But the oil paints, of course, and we're using a hefty amount of alkyds here, with a couple of our non-alkyds thrown in, and that would be Williamsburg Indian Yellow, Williamsburg Perline Crimson, the Gamblin Perline Red. And I believe that's it for non-alkids. And of course, I don't know if have you seen the ships that we've been doing, Kruger? So again, this was the two-part video that we did on the Patreon page, but we've done an entire fleet of these. Actually, I think we painted 8 of these ships now. Yeah, here was another one of our ships here. This is one of the ones we painted on stream, and that's all part of the Siri Republic there. And of course, well, here's some more of our Saber Thuria stuff. So again, here's there's our there's Sunrise, right, in our Cyber Camelot. There is Sunset in our Cyber Camelot. And oh, look at that! There is Moonlight in our Cyber Camelot. So it started out with the big 3. We'll get those out here. So here's our Williamsburg. There's the Gamblin looking for a Windsor Newton right here. So that was our big 3 to start with. Gamblin, Williamsburg, Windsor Newton. Then Richardson came along. It became the big 4, and then again, this is kind of our biggest thing with the alkids here. This is the Paul Rubens, and that's entirely all alkids there. Now we also Windsor Newton also has alkids too. Those are the Griffin colors right here. So these are also alkids. That's all oil paints. The alkids, they are going to offer significantly faster drying time, so you can kind of combine the two together. You combo the two together, you kind of get yourself maybe some of the benefits of the faster drying time, and then with the regular oils you get a little bit more of the pigmentation advantage. So Kruger, actually the oil paints, well, the darker colors, ironically enough, those tend to be more of your translucents. But with the oil paints, they especially any kind of lighter colors, they are exponentially more opaque than, say, your regular, say, acrylics. Where is she? She's over here. So like on this one right here, the cadmium red there is very, very, very opaque. Now we also use much more translucent ones like Perline Crimson. So it was a combination of hyper translucent there, Kruger, and actually hyper opaque. And again, that's the advantage of the oil paints. And here's again, it's another example of that on our Lancelot here. So again, using pretty much the same combos, right, that we're using here on our fractured version there of Nimue. No, Kruger, they're definitely, you can see here on the palette, right, they are very much, let me see if we can sort of show that here a bit, so you'll be able to see the consistency out of the tube there. So it's more like toothpaste there, Kruger. Think of it sometimes even heavier, actually, than toothpaste texture. Thanks, Kruger, appreciate that. But they certainly allow for all kinds of extra little bit of free blending, and not necessarily, again, one layer into another. But a lot of the colors that are achieved in here, well, we didn't have to work very hard at that. Like, see, we just drew that little line right there. Now we will take this here brush that has no paint in it, and you can see we're going to do this little bit of tap, tap, tap motion here. So you see on the bottom of that, and now then the top of that. So again, that's a nice and easy way. Instead of, look at this, see how that's got a nice gentle sweep to it. It's not quite so anymore. The only thinner that we are using is, again, the main brand is Speedball. So that's kind of your primary brand. And then Mona Lisa is kind of the sub brand. And you can get this, you can even get that on Amazon. That's the other advantage of the Paul Rubens there, Kruger, is that, well, you can get those on Amazon. Now, do they have the same pigmentation quality as your Williamsburg? Definitely not. Thank you so much, Kruger. Appreciate that. Ah, so uh, taken Galadriel has kind of changed. She's kind of changed her emphasis here. It's like, who the heck is this Galadriel lady? So every blonde lady is Galadriel, huh? It's like, well, no, there's Eowyn, but she really doesn't like carry fire around in her hand. That's gotta hurt. Gandalf is not really up to speed, but let's see what happens on the big Gandalf 6 here for Kruger. Can it be a... Oh, that's real close. That is very close to a 6. It kind of bounced one more time over to a 5. So a good roll for Kruger. Very ploppy, very pushy, right, Erda Michael? I mean, I know we joke about it a lot, but that pretty much is how it works. We just plop that paint on there and then pushed it around. Hashtag no layers, right, Erda Michael? Hashtag no layers. A couple more little lights there. Again, you can see it kind of gives you that bit of oomph right there. I wonders. I can do that right over here, maybe, and then who knows? Maybe we even combo this with some of our skin colors there. So yeah, Kruger. Again, this is just one of the board game pieces. Unfortunately, all of the elements like the books and all of the paraphernalia, the rules and everything, I don't have that in here with me. But it is actually a board game and also an RPG there, Kruger. Actually, Kruger, if you check out the Instagram, you'll see a whole bunch more of the Cyber Arthurian characters, and you can kind of see what some of the non-corrupted ones look like. So it works. Basically, you're laying out these hex tiles there, Kruger, and it's again, it's ideally you would have 4, 5, 6 people playing, and each one kind of plays a different character. And of course, well, Mordred is sort of your antithesis that you're working against. There's also NPCs. Where's the... Here we go. This is one of your NPCs right here. So that is the Lady of Shalott, and the Lady of Shalott is basically the mainframe. So again, if there is too much corruption, too much fracture, the mainframe shuts down. And of course, we also have the fabulous Green Knight, another one of the non-player characters. Again, a sufficient amount of corruption shows up. Well, then, well, he pops up too. Yep, the Green Knight shows up, and well, he's again, he kind of judges to see are the player characters, are they worthy of trying to restore the Grail. Certain characters are more prone to corruption. Well, like Lancelot here. Of all of the Grail Knights, he is the most prone to corruption, the one least prone. Well, obviously Arthur, but after Arthur would be Galahad here, if we can somehow manage to grab him without dropping him. So there is Galahad. And literally the Grail, as you can see, the Grail code is written into his armor, which again makes him much harder to corrupt. But if he does fall to corruption, the consequences are rather significant. As in, like, oh my. It's kind of a no bueno, right, right, Camda? Again, sorry I don't have all of that right here next to me. I've got a bunch of other stuff. Actually, it's a bunch of starship things that I was painting. Those are actually in the space that I was using to have all my Cyber Arthurian stuff right next to me here. Let me do some more of this here. And oh, and of course, let's see. Can I get to Mordred? Oh, I have Mordred is right over here. Let me see. No, that's. Let me move this guy here real quick. Like, see if I can do this again without destroying everything. There's Mordred. So you can see him down there in the overlay. There is actual Mordred right there. Whoops, move him over that way. More of our this right here is kind of it's pretty much straight up fast matte white here. Let me see if I can't lighten this up a little more up there, and then use that to just fade that a little. I'm gonna try to do some more of the. Let's get to some more of the light in the hair over here. There we go. And there is also an RPG. You are not playing any of the, as we would call them, the named characters. Those are more, be almost more like along the lines of some kind of demigods or something. You are actually playing archetypes. Essentially, you have a mage type. You have a paladin type. And almost more like a priest type of character. So it's I think it was 7 different types. One of them is kind of experimental. I'm not quite sure if that'll end up being in the final version. Let me do this right here. And again, if you check out the Instagrams, you'll be able to see a ton of what we've been painting. And now that, again, I've got a whole bunch of the tiles painted, I actually started doing a little bit of photography on what it looks like now with all of the different pieces together, the tiles, the tokens. The thing that I've been trying to develop over recent weeks is essentially a 3D6 system which allows, well, potentially, a person could play the whole thing solo because all of the characters would be controlled again by the dice rolls. Let me see if I can't lighten you up a touch more here. Right along that edge. I don't want that to be too much lighter right in that. That's supposed to be more the reflected light. Let's not go too crazy with that. So what we have now reached the 4-hour mark. 4 hours 3 minutes ago. That's when we started painting this. Yeah, there was a little bit of primer painting on there, but it was mostly just primer. That is what's called magic of the oil paints. Now, let me see. I don't know if this is going to work or not, but I'm actually trying to do a little, almost a bit of a shadow, cast shadow here. Yeah, okay, alright, because we kind of have that up here. I was hoping to get that down again by the nose. Maybe this even a little darker. Maybe even that a little darker. dark stick. Yeah, let's extend the dark around that. That really actually helps that stand out a whole bunch. Doing that. Yeah, and that's the other fun thing I'm looking forward to doing. Now that's something I think that is a much easier thing to do in Blender is to take all the different like the Oculus stuff. I think it's going to be way easier to do that. So that's more like the mechanical type things that is kind of well suited for Blender, but all of the much more organic type stuff, that's what we'll be doing in Nomad. Let me do this. Extend some of our orange a little further down here. Some of the floral orange and some of the pure orange. Maybe some of that on the fingers there. Where's this orange here? Because probably should be a little touch later there. And then these things, we got nothing happening there. Let me take this just darker wording, crimson here. Let me see if I can also take, here's that little bit of that bluish color. That's going to mix with this. That is 100% mixing right there. Again, that's the value, right, of the oil paint. Is it, for all intents and purposes, you get a whole bunch of free blending, free color, whatever, that you do not have to labor layer by layer. Again, hashtag no layers when it comes to the oil paints. No layers. You let the oil paints do that work for you. You don't necessarily have to also work entirely wet into wet. You could just say, all right, well, most people may not have a choice. What if you don't get back to it for a couple of days or a couple of weeks or whatever? Well, it'll all be nice and dry. And that's why I do all these multi-episode series. Part of them are the army painting series on the Patreon page. But now, okay, like that recent Dark Sword Dragon. Even this, again, where's this one right here? This was a two-part series. The biggest, the first episode was about the base, and then trying to kind of set up the ship here, and then the lights, the panel lines, the highlights. That was kind of episode 2. And the whole point of that was it would be a lot easier to do some of that work with the panel lines and everything else, actually, if all the paint was dry. So fortunately, with the oils, you're not restricted to, it's like, oh man, it's dry. There's no point in continuing to use them. Yeah, Camden, that was another one of those things that only kind of happened, over the course of time, making that realization, right, Camden? Because initially I just thought, no, 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 you you want to just keep cranking away at it while while the paints are wet, for sure. Little did we know that there was a big advantage And actually letting those dry. Thank you so much for the follow, Glaze. Appreciate that. So how is it that everybody's able to, like, be chucking fireballs around and all that? All I got is this glow stick. Ah, man. That would be super handy. Although I think I would want to wear like a glove or something. Gandalf still doesn't quite understand the whole, hand with fire in it. Let's see what Gandalf. He's just rolled a 5. Well, there we go. Back-to-back 5s. So Glaze gets a 5 as well, just like Kruger. And thank you so much for the follow. Appreciate that. Speaking of fireballs and such, again, this might be, if I can do our stream tomorrow or later today, it will be, again, part of the one gummy bear the one Lord of the Rings gummy bear I never got to paint, and that would be the Sauron. I think I painted 33 of those, 33 different characters. Never got a chance to paint Sauron. So Glaze, whenever there's a new little hobbit, we take a little roll on that Gandalf 6. Now, usually, when we mention something called pipeweed, we end up with that roll right there. But ideally, we're trying to get a Gandalf 6 on those rolls. I think actually the last stream we had 2. We had 2 Gandalf 6s. But many thanks for the follow there, Glaze. Appreciate that. And of course, you can definitely still do the glazy stuff with the oil paints. You just have to realize that too much of that liquid in there, and then it then becomes a pin line wash. Also, too, you can thin the oils. You cannot, and I mean you cannot, dilute them. You can take some kind of like a really light yellow or something like that, and you make that 90-something% thinner. You still got light yellow. You do not have some kind of dingy thing. That's another big difference between the oils and the acrylics. Also, too, the oils just in general, as far as pigmentation goes, orders of magnitude higher than your acrylics. Another nice thing is they're way more durable. There was a reason why houses and such used to be painted in oils and not acrylics. As they become really, really rugged. Very nice. Thanks, Glazed, again. You know what? Let's zoom out. It's a little bit easier to see. I think if we zoom out one more. There we go. So let's grab our... Again, this is the standard version of Nimue right here. So again, that is the regular version of Nimue, and there, of course, is, again, the fractured version of Nimue. Just like we were showing the fractured version of Lancelot, there is the non-fractured version of Lancelot right there. And of course, well, we've got everybody. There's our non-fractured version of Merlin. And we've done everybody, all the different characters. We've done Morgan Le Fay. We've done Guinevere. And there again, there's a bust version of them. Oh, here she is. There's the bust version of Morgan Le Fay. Oh, look at this. We've got here's the bust version of Lancelot. There he is. Again, that is your fractured version of Lancelot right there. And well, actually, let's see if we can reach this. I think we can get to Arthur himself if we're careful. There he is. So there is Arthur himself, and again, that combination of the ancient and, of course, the digital, because they're not actually corporeal beings or creatures. They only exist in cyberspace. The once and future king shall return. So says the legend. What it doesn't say is, well, when that's going to happen or how that's going to happen. And of course, the hour of greatest need, in a time where you have, you know, constant cyber warfare between nation states and people, maybe that is where the greatest need is, because Mordred is, of course, sowing fracture and division by multiplying the truth. So there's our Mordred right there. We also have done the Mordred figure. And of course, the player characters, they're trying to heal the code and restore the code, while Mordred seeks to fracture the code. So Glaze, actually, I had done a whole series of Arthurian paintings many, many years ago. And then I started making miniatures of these. Well, actually, what it started out with was, I started out with my Celtic goddesses, like Bridget here. So it started out with Bridget. Where's Morrigan? There's the Morrigan. So I actually started out with these. And then I realized, well, wait a minute, I have this whole line of Arthurian paintings. Why don't we do something with them too? And of course, well, here's this is a new bust version of Bridget. We'll be painting up that. And here's our Arianrod bust. We also have a figure for that. We also have a bas-relief version of that. Where's Danyu? This is another new one right here. So there is Danyu, the bust version. And we also have Branwen. So there is Branwen. We also have a bust version of Branwen too. And here is, again, this is the, let me see if we can get the figure version of Arianrod here. So there's Arianrod there. I just did Rhiannon. That's it. That's not Danyu. That's Rhiannon. I have done the bust version of Danyu, but that was Rhiannon. I'm like, wait a minute, that's not Danyu. Danyu does not have any birds. Also, Danyu has leaves and not feathers. So sorry about that. I meant to say Rhiannon. And that is all part of our, again, that's a whole series of Celtic goddesses that I've been doing. And the Branwen, actually, that's going to be a 2-part tutorial, well, maybe a 3-part tutorial on the Patreon page, because see all the tattoos and knotwork there. That is going to be, that's going to be a series that I probably begin, I would say maybe Tuesday, something like that. Thank you so much, Evo Hunt. Appreciate that. So, like, I die and everything, which is kind of weird because I'm supposed to be immortal. It's like, wait a minute, you died. That would suggest maybe you're not as immortal as you think. It's like, I kind of question that myself too. But I did get this new white t-shirt. Yeah, Gandalf died and all he got was a white robe. He didn't even get himself a new glow stick. Thank you so much, Evo Hunt. Oh, we're gonna have a third 5. There's a 2/3 of a 6 for Evo Hunt TV. So thank you so much, Evo Hunt. We're actually gonna move back closer here. So yes, indeed, that Branwen, that's going to be a multi-part series on said Patreon page. But looking forward to that. It's going to be complicated. There's going to be a wee bit of knotwork tattoo things. Needless to say, that's going to be kind of like an episode, at least episode 2 or something like that. This was a 3-part series that we did here. This... So you had the freehand and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, that was a multi-part episode on this figure. That was 3 episodes right there. That one was that was a wee bit complicated, I gotta say. Let me do a little. Yeah, let's get this darker up here. That really is not getting touched by the light, so we're gonna darken this down first. Now we'll come back with this bluish gray stuff here. That was not making a whole bunch of sense up there. There was not really any reason to have the firelight there. There was fire glow there. Now, and of course, on Monday, we call it Armada Mondays. That's where we paint things like our starships. And then on Thursday, typically we are painting 2D art. So again, this is our latest series of paintings. So there's a Cyberthuria by sunrise, Cyberthuria by sunset, and Cyberthuria by moonlight, which, if we bring back the Lady of Shalott, oh, well, look at that. You can very much matches what she sees in the mainframe, because she is the mainframe. So instead of Lady of Shalott in the mirror, she is the mirror in the mainframe. Do I want to get to... Yeah, oh, this is really helpful up here. This definitely starts to stand out more because of what we did here. I'm going to try to... Where's my fast matte white? That's sitting up here. Gotta thin that down some more. Let's break it down. There we go. Alright. Now we want to get ourselves a little bit of this. Not too much, though. Alright, because their object source lighting will become object source shading real quick like. You don't want to do that. This is where we take our blending brush now and just kind of take away a little bit of that. And again, here's some of the ships now. Again, that we will be painting. I'm going to be painting up these. Not this Monday, because we still have to finish off our other fleet first. Then we'll get to those guys. Not this coming Monday, but the Monday after that. Whole new fleet. Whole new species. Missing a little bit of our bluish stuff there. Now this is also too. We need to do a little cleanup on aisle 7 down here. That is very raggedy. Is that too late or is that not? Okay, that's just about right for that. Okay. Now, don't really want to do anything too late here because that is kind of a shadow area back there. Not sure we want to do too much more on the robe as far as lights up. Maybe a little bit more on the hair there. Now again, we do all kinds of stuff here, right? Uber Yeti, we do starships, we do painting, 2D art, we do busts and everything. There's some things we do not do, right? I do not do names or dates or times, right, Uber Yeti? I just do words. Only do words. So if you hear me say Happy Sunday or something like that, and you're like, "Wow, it's actually Tuesday," that's just another day in paradise, right, Camda? And if I refer to Velfera as Camda, or if I combine everybody into Hamda, right? That is just par for the course. That just means that everything's normal, right, Uber Yeti? I do think there would be some kind of alarm or something like that, Uber Yeti, if for some reason I was able to actually get the right date all the time. Do we want to, let's do a little bit more. Actually, Uber Yeti, if you wanted to share some of your stuff again, I know it was a couple of hours ago, last time you got a chance to share that. Hey there, Mimnor. How you doing? Great to see you there, Mimnor. Welcome back. Actually, well, Camden, do we do all three and it would be Hamfra? We would combine Hamda and Valfira and it would all be Hamfra, which kind of sounds like something that comes in a can. Yeah, it sounds like something that would be canned. I don't know. Is that the meat version of Vegemite? I don't know. So Memnor, I hope that everything is fantastic. It's been it's been interesting here. Everybody check out the Instagram link. Check out that Instagram link that Uber Yeti just shared. More fabulous oil painted stuff there. Ah, there we go. We had eliminated that. I wouldn't. That's supposed to be eliminated. Now we'll kind of drag that down to a little bit of incorporation there. Actually, right now, since the available food is kind of on the weird-ish side here again with the local grocery store and well, all the other food establishments all closed due to no power. The the dining choices for a cuisine channel that's kind of lean, right? Right, Uber Yeti. I mean, this is a cuisine channel after all. Mimnor, hopefully all the stuff that you're working on, whatever the projects might be, hopefully all the projects are going really well. Well, we'll see. We'll try to check that out tomorrow there, Mimnor. Thanks for the heads up. Actually, Twitch has changed a whole bunch of things, so that's not really a big surprise. It might be a surprise that any of it works. Inkanes, speaking of links, why don't you post your link there one more time there, Inkanes, before you head out. Everybody, please give Inkanes a follow, and hopefully, Inkanes, you're getting that much closer to being able to get back into the streaming things again. Oh, that's good news there, Mimnor, because that is one less thing to worry about. Yeah, this is just straight up Naples yellow. Straight up Naples yellow here. It's got that little tinge. And of course, we are all Pigment Red 101, right, Camden? Everybody check out that Instagram link. Speaking of Instagram, check out the Instagram link that Ngane just shared. And then do the follow thing. Do the follow thing. I wonder. I might just. Yeah, see, like right here. Let's. Okay, fine. We got our lighter stuff down here. Let's try and break this down. If we need to, we'll maybe throw some more fast matte white out there, but I don't think we're going to need that here. Just right here again, where they... I mean, it's pretty darn close to where our light source is. We should maybe make that a little lighter. Minlar, actually, I've never... I almost never... let's see, I haven't seen him at Adepticon. I don't know if I've ever actually sent him any messages there, Mimnor. Well, hopefully he's actually doing okay. I think he was at... Yeah, he had to be at Adepticon, right, Mimnor? I don't think he would miss Adepticon. Hopefully everything is going fantastic for him. Does he still stream there, Mimnor? He used to stream all the time. And then I think he kind of got away from the streaming. Like when I first started streaming, Is he doing more YouTube stuff there, Mimnor? Maybe. Actually, Mimnor, when Adepticon was smaller, we used to be able to do more hanging out at Fort Wapple and stuff. So Uber Yeti says he's doing kind of the YouTube stuff there. But yeah, Mimnor, when it was at the older hotels and everything was way smaller, you almost couldn't help but kind of be right on top of each other. Ooh, let me do. There we are. I think he's doing real good, right, Memnor? So everybody, be sure to check out. Actually, Uber Yeti, if you have Sam's like his YouTube channel or something like that, if you want to share the link to his YouTube channel in the chat there, or Memnor, if you wanted to share, if he's got Insta or something like that, if you wanted to share Sam's stuff in the chat there. Let me do this. Because actually, I think Sam, he was one of like the first people doing the, as far as the miniature painting goes, he was one of the first miniature painting folks to be doing the Twitch stuff back in the day. Trying to, come on, little teensy thing right here. Oh, there we go, got it. Okay, everybody can check out the Uber Yeti's got the link to the YouTube channel. Memnor, there's not quite as many of us left. Of course, it was always fun. Drax and Drew would be streaming. It was kind of Drax and Drew and Steep would be streaming. Now Teals, he still streams. I know he was. I saw him streaming Thursday. At least I got the alert for him streaming on Thursday. So there's only kind of a few left from the original group. I keep thinking original six. Trying to bring in some hockey there. Of course, Memnor, if you wanted to share any stuff in the chat that you've been working on and such, please go ahead. And having a blast with obviously doing all the Cyber Arthurian stuff, and of course now with the board game really far along in development. That is super fun, and yeah, looking forward to trying out. So I'm actually gonna at Cam. I've got to print out those charts. I got to print those out in black and white so that I can inevitably take whatever color marker it's going to be and make those alterations. What is it? Yeah, no 3d6 chart survives first contact with the dice rolls, well, at least intact. There we are. I was even starting to wonder, Cam, if there was a way, again, with the 3d6 curve and some other stuff, to actually kind of almost make an RPG sort of thing, where if need be, if just that there was a couple of players, maybe they would be the player characters or something like that, or there would be a GM and then another person, and then there would be the rest of the party, and the NPCs would maybe be controlled by 3d6. I don't want to go too dark on this side. Actually, what I need to do is get. Ah, yeah, okay. All right. I see what we got to do right here. I see it. I sees. There we go. Because that would carry over. Maybe not as much, but still carry over to some of those sides right there. Now, I guess it's. I'm trying to think what would be the next. Oh, yeah. There's a couple of alternate Nimue. That's right. I actually have an alternate version of this Nimue now. She basically has Excalibur. She's wielding that over her head. That's right. And then I also have the non-cyber version of Nimue. Yeah, I'm hoping that by keeping it very much tied to the board game, that's kind of actually already helped a lot with the RPG stuff. There, Camda is keeping it very much like not worrying about making maps. Right, you would basically almost be okay. We played this game of the board game. Now we'll use that map that we created, and that will be kind of the basis for our RPG adventure. I was hoping that would work. Again, it may not, but I thought, oh, it could be interesting. And again, it's all entirely printable, which means you print up as much or as little as you would need. Okay, so I don't think we want to go any later on that side. I don't think we need to darken that. What about over here? Actually, let me scare up my reference first. Yeah, let's get ourselves maybe some of the more violet skin tone. Something a little bit different, kind of like what we did up here and on the face. Something there that's not quite the orange. Yep, I think that does it. Art Michael, it's been the sleep schedule here has been absolutely bonkers. Like again, I basically stayed up all night here so I could walk over to the post office. So that's if you're wondering why I don't know what day it is anymore, that would be one of the reasons why. So glaze, I'm trying to have it be because ideally, let's put it this way: ideally, you would have 7 people to play all of the characters. See you in a bit there, Camda. Gotta feed those orklings, right? And you can't just feed them hobbits all the time. Yes, the orklings, they start getting bored, right, Nerd Holla? Everybody please give Nerd Holla a follow. Hey, Nerd Holla, why don't you post some of the stuff you've been working on? Yeah, everybody please give Nerd Holla a follow. Give Nerd Holla a follow. So again, while it would be nice if you could have everybody playing a character, what if you only have 2 people, or say 3? You would have one be Mordred, one be Arthur, maybe one chooses, I don't know, it could be Nimue, it could be Gwenny, it could be Lancelot, could be Galahad. And then again, the 3d6 chart would take that. And what's funny, what's hilarious there, Memnor, is that the whole 3d6 system that comes from all the sports strategy games that I made: baseball, hockey, basketball, football. I used a 3d6 system for that, and actually, it's been ideal. It's been absolutely ideal for what I've been doing here. Everybody, please check out the Instagram link that Nerd Holla just posted. And again, please give Nerd Holla a follow. So Glaze, the next round or the next expansion there, Glaze, I was gonna try to have Gawain. I was gonna try to have Uther Pendragon, Elaine of Alstott. So basically another 5 or 6 characters there, Glaze. but that would be in another wave. Because obviously we want to make sure that this could work, right? And glaze, obviously you would never have more than, say, 6 characters tops playing at once. Because, like you say, that would get a little complex, wouldn't it? That might get a little cumbersome. So, Nerd Holla, I hope that you are doing fantabulous. Okay, let's. So again, this is the regular version of Nimue. We now have the fractured version of Nimue here, and of course, again, this is another. Again, not part of the Celtic Goddess series, but again, another one of my favorite paintings from the 90s. And this again shows kind of the combo of extreme opacity and extreme glaziness of the oil paints. I don't. Let me go a little further with this. This is as much a color thing. That's not really a value thing. The value is pretty much about the same. It's pretty much a color differential right there. So hopefully the new business is going great. Oh, I swear, Nerd Holla, I did not see that. I did not see that. I was just about to say, I hope the new business has been going good. I know that it's one of those you don't quite know what direction it'll take, right? Actually, geez, Nerd, I think didn't we talk about that on the council thing there, Nerd Hollow, where it's like, well, hopefully it doesn't go like too viral too soon, right? That's kind of what I'm trying to do with this stuff here, right? Is to kind of, well, let's not go too far into it all at once. Let's just kind of have it be a slow burn, maybe. Bit of a slow burn. Well, oh yeah, that's Monster Den. Yeah, right. You could send Monster Den a message. Of course, you can always be in the chat there. Let's see, Nerd Holla. Let's see. I think this is the second weekend of June, right, Nerd Holla? So ironically enough, it might be this weekend. Now, of course, this coming Friday, that would be the birthday stream. And we just, again, we normally do some kind of a 2D thing, but we've already done a whole bunch of 2D stuff. This was our last 2D art here. This was during our Battle of Midway observations. Where's Yorktown? Is this Yorktown? Okay, there we go. We also did Yorktown, and we also painted that Dauntless, of course. But it's usually, I think it's the third Sunday, right, Arda Michael? Oh, Arda Michael's probably headed off to sleep there. Thanks, Uber Yeti. We could use a wee touch of that, so thank you so much, Uber Yeti. That is appreciated. Oh, and Nerd Hollow, we've added a few more. So here's a new version of Bridget right here. That's a new version of Bridget. There's also Danyu, and again, this is Rhiannon here. So there's Red. I just printed this out Thursday morning or something like that. Yeah, just printed out that Thursday morning. And then, of course, this right here, I had to redo our gummy Sauron. And it turned out so much better. Again, the main priority was the cloak because the first one was not thick enough and it just didn't print well. But much more satisfied with the armor details on this gummy Sauron right there. And again, all of our Celtic goddesses, part of a whole. Whoops, that's not it. Where are they? There they are. Somewhere we'll find it. Again, that was kind of the first four, but we've added a couple of more. We've added Rhiannon, we've added Danyu. The Rhiannon figure, I'm really looking forward to that one. I've been working. That's one of the first ones that I'll be really working in. Oh, what is that called again? And Nomad, yes, Nomad sculpt, because that just doesn't have. That's not just the birds. She doesn't just have the white birds. She also has a white horse with a really, 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 really long mane. And I think that's going to be a very dramatic thing for painting. It's basically a diorama style sculpt. Oh, thanks, Nerd Hall. Appreciate that. You know what? I'm going to do a little bit of that here. Let that mix together. Okay. So again, you can see there's a color temperature change now. Oh, let's do. Maybe we'll do a gratuitous film noir here. Yeah. You can see there's no value difference there. Actually, you get almost like no shape there because again, that's not a value thing. That's a color thing. We have cooler colors there. Actually, let's compare it to Wraith Nimue. Yeah, that's funny. The good version of Nimue is like Wraith Nimue, and then the corrupted, fractured version just kind of looks like regular right there. That's hilarious. Bring back Mr. Color there. There you go. Yeah, I'll have to I'll shoot get a message or and or something like that. One of those two, just to kind of confirm. I haven't actually gotten a message from Git or actually I haven't had a chance to message Idra. It's been a little bit adventurous here. Hopefully, Nerd Holla, it hasn't been too crazy with all the weather stuff by you. Oh, it's been extra bonkers up here. I'm gonna try that. Ooh, let me get rid of some of this first. Let me rid of some of that. That's better. I might also come back at this with the darker stuff too. Actually, Uber Yeti, what's weird is that I keep looking to raid Mike. I haven't seen Mike in forever, and he usually starts like 4 o'clock in the morning, right, Uber Yeti? Now that's good. I just remember actually, yeah, the that last month there, of course, it was crazy weather. So yeah, Nerd Holla, the grocery store here still does not have power since Wednesday. So yeah, it's been weird Uber Yeti. I've been looking to raid Mike for well, like the better part of a month now. And I'm like, where is Mike? What is going on here? I just thought maybe he changed his time. Who was the Animari? Remember Animari? Animari was doing all the sculpture stuff. Fimo, a lot of Fimo stuff. And it was really, really nifty, but Animari changed their time to much later. So, more like during the day. Oh, you know what could happen? Maybe I don't. It's weird, but maybe you know how Twitch does the unfollow thing. Maybe it's been just long enough for me not rating him that it's like it's unfollowed or something stupid like that. I wouldn't be surprised. But what is it? It's 4:34 our time, right, Nerd Holla? I wonder. Let me. No, 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 no. Let me not use this brushy here. Let me use this brushy here. Because I know that he was. Didn't he have like a special project going on? It was like a special project going on. I don't remember what it was. Actually, if anybody wants to share uh, Mike Moan's stuff there in the chat, Again, everybody please give Mike Moans a follow too. What is that? Rumble Slam, right? Uber Yeti, that's like his favorite. He absolutely loves that stuff. So Glaze, the way it seems to be, if you don't watch their stream, let's just for a month. Let's say you don't get to see their stream for a month, Twitch will actually just unfollow. Essentially, Glaze, it seems like it's like, oh, you must not be interested in watching this person anymore because you haven't seen him in a month, so we'll just kill your alerts, which doesn't make any sense, right? But that seems to be the case. So sometime again, if you haven't seen somebody in a while, you might want to make sure that Twitch did not do the unfollow thing. Yeah, that's like one of his favorite things ever, right? Uber Yeti, he loves that. I'm going to try, you know what? I'm going to try this here. Let me get this crazy kind of violet. It's the same color I was using on the skin. Going to use that over here on the handle of our Excalibur here. I wonder, do I still have that over here? Yes, I do. Now, it's a little too hard to reach. And of course, we will be getting back to some of our fabulous bar reliefs here. These are super fun because, again, it allows you to do a painted backdrop. It's like a painted backdrop and a bust combined. You really just cannot do that with a regular bust. Just doesn't work. Doesn't quite work out. No, okay. I think that is the. I don't think that's got too much thinner. I gotta come back in here and do some. There we are. Glaze, Twitch has mysterious ways that none of us understand. There's other folks that I haven't seen in years, Glaze, and I'm still following them. It's really strange. I have no idea the rhyme nor reason, because there is no rhyme, nor is there reason. There might be some raisins. I wouldn't mind me some raisins. Raisins are good. Especially when they are particularly slathered in chocolate. Right, Uber Yeti? Yes, indeed. I'm going to throw a little bit of this lighter stuff here. I don't want this to be as light with the folds because, well, it's going to be as shiny as our metal. We don't want that. Chocolate covered raisins. I mean, how else are we going to get rid of that ozone layer there, Uber Yeti? Yeah, that hole in the ozone layer, that's not going to expand on its own. We gotta help that along. And nothing like a whole passel of chocolate covered raisins to help make that happen in delicious fashion. So it's crazy, right? Recoil. It's like, okay, well, that worked. And then probably somebody else that you watched last week. Let me do this. Again, using the, that's a little bit of the, essentially a yellowish color. It's sort of, it's actually a decent color to use. If you were looking to maybe do some lighter skinny tones, you mix this with the Terra Rosa, works pretty well. Hey there, Lewis, how you doing? So yeah, Lewis. Now the thing that's been kind of added to the mix. I'm not sure. I think you remember. Maybe you saw like the Richardsons being added. The biggest addition in the last year would certainly have to be these right here. So these the Paul Rubens. First of all, the key thing is they're alkyds. Second of all, the key is that these are basically available worldwide. Whereas things like let's just use this example right here. It can be very difficult, if not impossible, for some people in some parts of the globe to get these. These things over here, this is virtually impossible. If you are not in the US, you cannot get these. However, these are available on Amazon. Also, too, as far as the price goes, especially if you wait till like a Prime Day, Black Friday, whatever, you are getting a very nice little price range on those things. And by nice price range, I mean like, oh my goodness, nice price range, right, Uber Yeti? So those that's kind of been the new addition over the last year has been the Paul Rubens alkyds. And they also make fluorescent oils. Now, are they going to have the same pigmentation that a Gamlin or especially a Williamsburg had? Well, no. But that's not really what the purpose is. So Lewis, I think we're looking at the. So again, that's the Paul Rubens right there. And you want to make sure that it says, where's the alky? You want to make sure that it says alkyd resin. Now, they make regular oil paints, just like everybody else, but the alkyd stuff, that's kind of a priority. You want to get the alkyd stuff, because that's what they do really well. But again, the key thing is that, and now again, for other people also too that don't want to get oil paints individually, they like getting sets. Well, guess what? That's how they come. They only come in sets. No, they don't come in pints, but they do come in sets. Do I want to go any? I think I need a little. Okay, all right, fine, we'll do it. Here, let me get one of our one happy choice brushes here to get all the stuff out of there. To get some of our lighter yellow back into this. Maybe this here. This little edgy right here. This little edgy got lighter. This little edgy go home. What's really fun about them, Uber Yeti, is that, now of course you can make your own. You can make your own. So this is just the fluorescent powder and linseed oil. I do recommend actually these nail polish containers of all things, because you can see that is still viable right there. And also to your interference and your metallic oils right there, again the same thing. All I got to do is stir that up, and that is almost as good as the first day I made it. So that should that's another option. It's just not everybody feels comfortable mixing and making their own oil paints. And yeah, Lewis, the fact that they are going to dry that fast is handy. Now again, here we're using like a combination of regular oils and the alkyds. Now, will it be dry as fast as, say, just an all alkyds piece? Well, no, but it's certainly going to be faster. And again, this is another multi-part series I've been working on. Let me see if we can grab Mr. Dragon here. So the only alkyd that I've been using here is the white. Everything else has been regular oil paints, but this is still drying faster because, again, this fabulous little Dark Sword Dragon right here, because we are using the alkyds with it, that one alkyd, it still dries at least a little bit faster than it would otherwise. And of course, that's the thing we're going to be using we're going to try and do some fabulous water effects on that. I'll probably be, I'm hoping, to film episode 3. Well, I guess it would, if it's this coming Sunday, it have to be after the council. And again, everybody please check out what Uber Yeti's been doing. Check out what Nerd Holla's been doing. Let me... a little bit of light on that finger there. Okay, not so much over there. What about this up in here? We got a whole bunch of... not a lot up here. Let me see. Take some of this. Get that going in some of the areas down in here. Hopefully it's not too late. If it is, I'm just going to take my, yeah, if that's getting too late there, we'll just take one of these One Happy Choice brushes. And then we'll just do that. We'll just do that. Over here. Same thing. Take this brush here, minus the fuzz. And just here, drag that further down. Perline red, not the perline crimson, perline red. Some of the floral. The other thing, Uber Yeti, is that the Paul Rubens, the fluorescents there, they can start getting crispy on you. They start getting a little bit gummy on you real quick, even faster than some of the other Paul Rubens is. Yeah, you like next thing you know, you go to grab something like that is very gummy. Taking a little bit of that, making it a little bit more towards Das Red. Here, let's do take that orange down a little bit. That needs to be. Let's make that a little bit lighter. Let's do that. I mean, we got this sitting right over here, which is pretty much the same orange we used on the blade to start with. I'm gonna thin it down a little. There we go. All right, that was a consistency thing we had to change the consistency. Thick will stick to thin. Thin will stick to thick. And we're not talking, massive differences either. Maybe as little as 5-10%. You make it a little thinner, a little thicker, and all of a sudden it sticks. That's kind of one of the... There's a few things with the oils that you kind of just learn by doing. And there's a few aspects of the oil paints, wouldn't you say they're Uber Yeti, that you just... and same thing, Camda, right? You pick those up by getting the experience. Sometimes the experience is a little bit more painful than other experiences. But you learn, and you carry that forward. I always recommend the color charts. I think I can maybe reach one here. Yes, I can. So color charts like so. You can just do single ones like this, where you say, okay, this is always the control color. So this is the white mixed with the blue, and I'm pretty sure, yeah, that's Williamsburg. Yep, that is Williamsburg Ultramarine Blue. And you can see how it mixes with other colors. That will not just show you what the color looks like, it will show you, it's like, well, that's kind of a weak color, or holy smokes, that's a strong color. It'll also kind of show you, that one tends to be a little bit shiny. Or, wow, that thing is like ultra matte, like, shockingly enough, the Williamsburg Ultramarine Blue. Said nobody about Ultramarine Blue ever, because everybody else's Ultramarine Blue tends to be shiny. The bizarre thing is that everybody else's Prussian Blue is matte. Well, it's pretty much the oppo. Yeah. for some reason, the Williamsburg Prussian blue is super shiny. Look at that. Look at that. That's insane. Now, if it's a very intense color, fabulous pigment, but you got to deal with that shininess now. Yeah, that's also a thing with acrylics too. Well, maybe more artist acrylics or something necessary than miniature acrylics. But yeah, that's a crazy deal there. That same company can have one that's like everybody else's are matte, yet theirs is shiny, and then they do a just the opposite. Everybody else's is shiny, theirs just happens to be matte. And that's kind of a thing with the oil paints. All of the Paul Rubens, those are, you could almost say, ultra matte. So if you want oil paints that are going to dry very matte all the time, well, Paul Rubens, that would be for you then. The other thing, okay, let's say you're using actual cadmium red like I was using on that one, that Arachne piece that I was showing. Well, you're going to see that. You can try an Alkyd or anybody else's that looks like cadmium. It may look exactly the same. Like it looks no different, but it will act very differently. As in, it's like, is this even the same color? What's going on here? It's been a long time since I used them there, Uber Yeti, but I remember that. I wasn't sure, if that's changed, because again, it's been many years. I think the last time I can genuinely remember using a Vallejo paint was sometime in the mid 2000s. Some of the earliest tutorial videos, like the painting pyramid videos, we had some of the Vallejo colors just because, well, we had some. But it has been a long time. I know I have a whole ton of Reaper paints that I brought back from last Adepticon because they're like, okay, these have been in classrooms forever. These need to just go. Plus, they got the whole new line of paints, so that was the other reason they needed to go. And it's like, here, I'll take those. Because there are times, well, like this week, where something needs to be in the mail on Monday. Alkyds, Schmalkyds, it doesn't matter. That would not be good enough. That would not dry fast enough. Do I still have... I think... Oh yeah, here we go. Yeah, we had tons of these, Uber Yeti. I mean, we had dozens of these. I think there are actually a few, like this one might still be this amethyst. I swear this is in Danthren blue here. I don't even know if I could open this thing up to see if it is still viable. Nope, that is not viable, but that is definitely in Danthren blue in there. That was one of my favorite Reaper paints right there. That in Danthren blue. No, that's right. We want to do this instead. Come on. There we go. Now I'm thinking we want to get a few little lights on this over here. Not where this going to cast a shadow, but out here where that's not going to cast a shadow. Yeah, Uber. Yeah, we had a whole bunch of those. We had a bunch again. At least probably close to 30 of them. And actually, Kathy was about to chuck those in the garbage. This is after she stopped working at Off-World Designs, and she hadn't painted in a while. And then she was about to chuck those all in the garbage. And I went, wait a second. That's when I started using those as miniature holders. So I basically we grabbed them all out of the garbage. There we are. So I think again we got ourselves a little bit more of this, the rock there. Maybe a little something more here on the edge of that. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that we had none of our starships painted on that last console. I think I had just done the test 3D6 charts for the Cyberthuria RPG. Let me try to lighten you up some there. Yeah, like that. Again, we don't want that to be any lighter on the cloak. You can see why there, right? Because we want the hair to be lighter. We want that hair to be lighter. Speaking of which, let me hit this up here. Didn't take away too much. Actually, oh, there, I can just rest my hand right there. There's another one. Trying to get that extra little bit of light in there. Like so. Again, the birthday stream, the plan for that would be Friday. I do not know what we would be painting. Now, if I can, I do have the new. Where's CAD? I have the new CAD here. If I have a new Cyber Wapilius figure, we would maybe have him join up with CAD for the birthday there. I think it would either be one of my Celtic goddesses or, again, one of my new starship things. Because I want to get going on the next fleets. We need a little reflected light over here. I wonder. I'm gonna try it. I will just try that. If it's too much, we can very quickly get rid of that. More orange. I guess again, this is a consistency thing. We have to thin it down. Yep, that's it. That's what I needed to do. I needed to thin that down for whatever reason. Just had to thin that down. Some paint, I would say maybe even say like the CAD red or whatever. That just kind of, you don't necessarily need to do the whole thinning down of the CAD red. It just kind of covers. That's another thing that this can be weird for folks when they're first trying out the oils. Is that they, oh, this color is dark, this will cover. No, that is not the way that works. For the most part, your dark colors will be, those are going to be translucent to some degree, if not a lot. Yeah, let me get this back here. Mama orange. A little more right again. This is right, literally right along the line of where the Excalibur is here, so it makes sense. Makes sense that we would have some of our lighting there. And again, let's see, what was it 5 hours 15 minutes ago? Our fractured version of Nimue here had no paint whatsoever. This has all been in the last 5 hours 15 minutes 28 seconds. That's how we roll here. It happens fast. You know what? I'm not a fan of all of those. I'm going to get this out of here. Okay, there we go. That's better. More of this orange again. That is the oh, and price. Yeah, not all paints are priced the same. This right here is Series 7. Now, I didn't get this at full price. I got it nowhere near full price, but something like this at full price would cost you as much as the entire set of Paul Rubens Alkids. And by entire set, I mean 38 55-ounce tubes. Or 55 fluid ounce tubes or whatever. Or 55 mil, that's it. Not 55 ounce, 55 mil. Again, that does things that the Paul Rubens cannot do. I have a Paul Rubens orange that if you painted it right next to the pure orange, like say on a color chart, they would look the same. And you'd say, oh, that's the same color. I'll just use that. And it does not act anywhere near the same. That's because the one color has extreme pigmentation, the other does not. The Pearline Crimson, that's another one. You can mix a Pearline Crimson. I can take two different Paul Rubens, mix those together. It looks just like Pearline Crimson. It's not going to be the same because it is not going to register on the ultraviolet spectrum or the infrared. It's the Indanthrene blue that registers on the ultraviolet. And that's why it has that really wild look to it. So glaze, I don't have any Pro Acryl stuff. Unfortunately, so I would not be, maybe somebody in the chat has used those glaze, but I have not used any of the Pro Acryl stuff. So sadly, I couldn't say a yay or a nay on those. But maybe somebody else might have used it. Oh, look at that. Again, that's the fabulous orange right there. Look at that. Very nifty. Okay. A little bit more to orange over here. I know there's tons of different acrylic paints out there. I mean, there's way more than I could even name. So Uber Yeti says that those are useful. So again, if anybody else has any heads up there on the Pro Acryl stuff. I'm a little shy here. I needed a little bit more of my orange over here. Here he is. Here he is. We haven't seen Alex the Cave Troll in forever. He's like, what is that smell? He's like, oh, geez, that's the after effects of the lambus bread. Wait a minute, that was like 6 years ago. Yeah, I know. Tell me about it. The lambus bread incident, right, Uber Yeti? There's a callback. There's a callback to the past. Alex the Cave Troll. That is he's part of the Silmarillion Legendarium. That's the Legendarium of the Silmarillion. No, no, no. Back over here with the orange. Why am I fooling around over there? Let's go back over to this side, right over here. Can we get throw the little orange over there? Yes, we can. Yes, we can. Let's see. Actually, Uber Yeti, I did find somebody has made this as an STL file. It is on Cults 3D. And Uber Yeti, I was tempted, except now I want to just make this myself. Where is Grand? I think, did I already pass him by? Could I already have passed Grand by? Let's see. Oh, I know what. Okay, that's what that is. I guess I have not passed Grand. No, I did pass Grand. Where is he? He's around here some. There he is. There's Grand. Yeah, that's 28 millimeter scale. And of course, I would be doing this very differently, recoil, because I would not use like 5 pounds of Scopy. Grand himself was like, and he's hollow on the inside. That's still like 2.5 pounds of Scopy right there. That board, I believe, is 26 by 14. The dyne, and of course, I didn't realize, Uber Yeti, that those are just great beasts of Golgoroth. Now, of course, GW didn't have a Golgoroth sculpt. I didn't realize that. I just made some dinos there. But you see that Alex the Cave Troll I just had in my hand? That's one of those right there. There's two metal GW trolls pushing that thing from the back. I think there's 9 archers on there. This thing weighed a ton, and I actually had to ship that down to Florida. So this is something I'm going to try and make again, but now I could actually, maybe again do some uh, do some printing of the great beasts or whatever, and that sort of thing, and maybe take away some of the weight at least, and then make the what was that? Use balsa wood. Yeah, I would use balsa wood there, recoil. So recoil and Uber Yeti. Yeah, there. So if you just get the one-step medium, there's a. I know Green Stuff World has something. I forget what the heck they call it. I know the GW had some kind of weird medium thing that was supposed to turn paints into contrast paints. Actually, glaze. Now I got some of these as tutorial videos, but on the YouTube channel there, glaze. There are episodes where I was taking the contrast paints and I was basically using those like I would use oil paints in a way, because again, we were talking about the darker paints being more translucent. Well, if you take the contrast paints and you mix something like a white in with them or any kind of lighter opaque, well, they become semi-opaque, which all of a sudden starts to make them a little bit like oil paints. So again, everybody, if you got any kind of hints or whatever as to what the Pro acryls can do, just throw that out there. Let me get a little more orange over here too. A little more down there. No problem there, Glaze. Again, it was when those things first came out. I was doing YouTube Live at the time, so we're talking about 2018, 2019, something like that. So yeah, if you check out the YouTube channel, that should be there should be those videos still. And again, they're old. That was almost 10 years ago. And that's crazy to think, right? Recoil. That those contrast paint things came out almost 10 years ago. That is really wild. I'd always think of that as, okay, yeah, that was maybe 5 years ago tops. Nope, that's getting to be almost 10. I want to intensify kind of the mid-range orange. Actually, oh yeah, here's another thing we need to do. Maybe a little later. Let me try this. I just realized, yeah, we we have all this really light stuff right here on these three sections of it, and then there's nothing here. I was like, why is something looking really weird? That is what's looking weird there. Well, we solved that. Solve that problem. Also here, I'm trying to get at this and then still make it so you guys can see that. That's too late. That is too late. Let us retreat to this. Ah, there we are. So I just got the two fingers on the brush here. We're going to try and sneak that around the corner here. Okay, you're not doing that with a death grip on the brush. I've literally seen people holding the brush like this. I'm not sure they're going to stab. They're mad at somebody. But they're sure looking like they're ready to stab somebody. I think I don't know where they are, recoil. I have no idea where they are, but I know I have some of them somewhere. I think, okay, maybe they might just be all down in the basement there or something. Yeah, it's been a long time since I last used them. We kind of do the oil paint thing. But I think I called those, and I actually have some Patreon vids with those. And basically, the title is kind of getting into the mindset with oils. So you could, in theory, again, kind of use those in an oil paint-like way, and just kind of get you ease your way into the oils. That is a little bit dark. Then we're going to do something like this right here. Let's try this. Bit of our orange right there. That needs to be extended. And then down here, let me try the darker stuff first. Let me do this. Whoops. Kind of get some of the red in there. Now, some of our not Mars Yellow Deep mixed with some of the a little bit of that Naples Yellow. Let me see if I can do it again. This is the non-source light stuff down here. A little bit of reflected light. And then on the knuckles here, do we go? Well, let's when in doubt. You know, I'm gonna try this. Let me see if this will work here. Let's see. This here gonna work. I'm liking that idea. I gotta get me more to weight in there. All right, let me do this. That should be a little more opaque. Ah, there we go. Ah, okay. That's what was missing there. That's what was missing. And again, the source lighting is just, it's so handy. All right, where's our sneaky snake here? of course, you get that the blues right here. You got the kind of a goldish type color, but nowhere near as intense as that. Painted that up on stream, of course. All those Shatterpoint figure. That's right. I'm not even sure if that still exists anymore. I know. I think we first started painting that in 2023. Actually, it was around this time. Right around this time in 2023. Let me get a little bit of reflected light. That's a little too light. I'm going to tone that guy down. One little hit. Okay, let me try this. This orange. There. So that is doing kind of like. Oh, here's another example. I'm into. There we go. Yeah, it's like, oh, I never actually did get that kind of filtered out. There's another one we got to do. If we're going to do that here, I mean, this thing is practically pointing at it here. And this is going to give it a little extra depth, a little extra shine, a little extra shiny here if I do this. And this is not super light. It looks very light because that is not just a dark color. That's also it's got that bluishness to it. So it's not black. There is some blue in that. Okay, so see, it's got, they basically think of these as cylinders, right? That is why that has got the shiny stuff going on. Hey, Camda. So all the hungry orclings are all fed now, Camda. And again, Camda, you can't just keep feeding them hobbits, right? You have to. They want to. They don't like maggoty bread all the time, and they don't necessarily like hobbits all the time either. So again, instead of having had to just recently use acrylics, and by recently used acrylics, I mean earlier today. Well, I guess you could say Friday because now it's Saturday, but less than half an hour before the stream, I was using the acrylics because, well, had to. Again, essentially, this stuff's pretty much got to be. I got to start packing this stuff on Monday. Even if I ship it on Tuesday, it's got to be basically packed and ready to roll Tuesday morning at the very latest. Let me do this. Another hit of our later orange up here, because that's looking too much like the cloth right there. We need extra little bits of shiny in there, which might have to come from this. That's gonna be too late. Let's retreat a little. We got this orange over here. Oh, what are we doing? That's just about right. So see that's offset there. It's not lined up with this. It's offset. We got basically 1, 2, 3, 4 of these lighter lines. If you have any kind of metal tube, if it's got any kind of shiny on it, that's what you're going to have. Ooh, also, speaking of, let's do this again. Now, not here, right? Because basically the arm is literally blocking this here going there. So that's why I got these two shots over here. Oh, where's the fishy one? I think I sent you a thing of the fishy one there, Recoil. Actually, Recoil, I have a brand new character. I don't know. I don't think I sent you the Mara Voss stuff, but yeah, that's another character there, Recoil. So we're gonna do all of the crew of the Compass Rose. Actually, recoil. I already started doing the figures. Yeah, I've got the captain, the first officer, the medical officer, and the chief ambassador. I already have those. Those are already in line. They're just figures, but actually, there's this. Yes, this the Ghost of the Reach. That's another character, and I also have again the fish people. I've got a bust made for them, and remember the Siri with the bird lady, the wind dancer. That is something that I'm going to make that into a miniature as well. That is going to require a ton of work in Nomad. Oh my gosh, that would be the perfect thing to do in Nomad. So great to see you back there, Camda. Yeah, I figured this was gonna be well. Also, too, Camda, I didn't get to stream yesterday, and we'll see how how today plays out. Well, tonight, I guess I should say. So that's why I figured we'll do as much of this as we can here. What's fun, Recoil, again, is that I drew up those portraits decades ago. And by decades ago, I mean literally 30 years ago. This publication that I did was from 1996. Better late than never, right, Recoil? Some more of this here. And of course the unifier, Recoil. Yeah, I don't know if you remember the Jolarin uh, stuff that I sent you. Yes, there'll be a statue of the unifier, like with the pedestal and everything. And then again, some of the other characters from that universe. I want to. Been waiting for. Jeez, there's some kind of fuzz on this brush or something. Okay, now let me take some of this brown here. There we go. It's like that is being a bit of persnickety. Being a little persnickety. Now we've got it there. I'm thinking let me try some of our Mars yellow deep on this. Either that or we're gonna go back to that green-ish. Okay, that's not too bad over there. Uber Yeti, the reason why I do the monster stuff is for some reason the coffee just doesn't do anything. I mean, caffeinated, uncaffeinated, it doesn't matter. It's the same. Yeah, it's because it's not the caffeine and there is no I don't think there is any caffeine in the monsters. And these are the sugar-free ones. It's all the vitamin, all the B12 or whatever is in there. All right, that bit of green really helped there. I'll have to look at these Camda and see, because that was the one thing I just didn't see it in there. Because remember the story I would tell there, Camda, how I would drink a bunch of iced tea right before sleeping, and people say, "Man, that's loaded with caffeine." I'm like, "Well, it knocked me out. It was like taking NyQuil." Now, let me. Oh boy, this is kind of interesting because there's no there's no Prussians out here. There is no Prussian blue out. The only just been using our radiant periwinkle there, Camda, and I'm gonna put some of that up here too. That's not so much for the value of the light or dark of it. That is for the color part of it there. That is just to get a little bit of blue, a little bit of bluishness up there. And also then over here, so again, that's another one of our lines. Now we're going to try to darken this up because I don't want to make that any lighter. If we're not going to make that lighter, we will take this indigo, which is super dark blue, and then we're going to interject that little line in between. So see now that looks like reflected light there. It's reflecting some of that. That ought to be darker as well. I keep getting the ones that have the 3 different flavors. I think it's a 15. It's either 20. I think it's 15. Yeah, and there's 3 of each, or there's 3 flavors, 5 of each one. Then there's the sugary ones, and those are reserved for Adepticon or emergencies here. Where it's like, okay, sleep streaming will be on the menu if I don't use the high octane ones. Yeah, so we refer to those as the high octane, not the unleaded. Now I'm gonna see if I can't right up in here get that. So the Mara Voss story is not really well. Obviously, in 1996 there was no Firefly, but it was kind of along the lines, Redbeard the pirate, that sort of thing. And the idea is that these trade lanes that they basically became irrelevant as the the layout of all the different trade lanes just kind of changed over the course of time. And Charon's Reach, basically, it went from a prime hub to kind of a backwater to just irrelevant. And let's just say they kind of resorted to a wee spot of piracy. Piracy may have been happening there. And they're kind of in this halfway space in between, well, again, because borders keep changing, they're in between the Jolarian Empire and the Great Union of New Terra. So again, trade routes kind of changed on them, and they went from very wealthy trading worlds to, well, again, not so much. And if you just look at the geography of Illinois, because of glaciers, the bottom third of Illinois is almost more like the Ozarks. You got sandstone cliffs and all kinds of rugged forest areas, which meant they really couldn't do a whole lot there. And again, they tried to build this city in the middle of a gigantic floodplain. It really never should have been there. You know what? We need to... Alright. I go back to this. Is this light enough? So that was kind of the reason why that particular story came to be. Is I had always remembered that story about Cairo, Illinois, and I tried to kind of reflect that in the geography of this universe. Let me try to little extra light on the skin right there. Now this is going to darken up even more. Once again, with the oil paints, there is, even when they're wet, there's gonna be just an element of shininess to them. It just kind of happens. For the most part, it just goes away. The shininess does either go away completely or gets radically reduced as it dries. That's kind of another thing that folks gotta kind of get used to with the oil paints, is that there will be some shininess potentially just as you're working with them. But I do think, well, actually now it's almost, gee whiz, we're almost at Cinco. Actually, well, we'll go to Cinco Cinco. Yes, we're only 10 minutes away. I don't think we've ever done Cinco Cinco, Camda. Yeah, it's 5 hours 46 minutes. I looked up and it was 5:45:55. I was thinking we already missed that too. Yes, I think that'll be the first time we did Cinco Cuatro a couple of streams ago, didn't we, Camda? So yes, indeed, we are now just like 8.5 minutes away or something like that from 5 hours, 55 minutes, and 55 seconds. 5 by 5. There you go, Camda. Yes, we've never. I don't believe so, right, Camda? I don't think we've ever had a Cinco Cinco. And it almost didn't even occur to me, Cam. I'm like, wait a minute, there's something about this. Oh yeah, that's right. We've never done that. Oh, also, I never got that little bit of light in there too. All right, we got it now. A little bit more of our. Yeah, there's not a whole lot. Actually, I didn't have to really put that much fast matte white out here. I bet you it's probably because using the Williamsburgs, the intensity of that, I didn't really need, and the opacity of it, I didn't really need as much of the fast matte white. Now, see here, we're not doing a bunch of extra. See, we have all these little extra little things happening here, like this over here. We're not doing that here because that skin tone, right? Don't necessarily need that much reflection. No, not so much. Let me try this orange here. Ironically enough, you mix the pure orange with, say, something like the. Yeah, I think you could probably do it with the Naples yellow. You almost get another, like a kind of a rosy orange skin tone, believe it or not. Bit more here. So just, well, about 7 minutes away there, Camden boy. And what's funny is, Camden, it's almost going to be 5:55 here. It's 5:34 in the morning here. I just looked down and I'm like, oh, okay. That's why there's light filtering in through the windows. It's like, where's that light coming from? Because, yeah, it's 5:34 in the morning. But I knew that this one was going to, I figured this would be anywhere between a 5 to 6 hour stream. So, kind of had that guessed right. I'm gonna, here, let me take some of that. There's a little too much paint on that brush. I want to try a teensy bit of the orange here on the face. Over here too. Now, it's a little too much yellow, especially that far. Yeah, it's a little too much with the yellow. Let's have a little bit less of that. Some of that up here. Take this. There we go. Yes. So here under the chin. See a bit of orange there too. Yeah, okay, there we go. Yeah, they have shields for that in Wales, right? And Welshlandia, right? Recoil, yes, the ancient Welshlandians, they have protection. Well, when it works, because we're finding out, right? It's there's plenty of times where the Death Orb shield just doesn't seem to work. Fine, we'll just have to grab some of that. Let me throw in a little bit. Yeah, over here, right along this edge. So just a little bit over 4 minutes to go. Again, it means absolutely nothing. It's like nothing fabulous happens. It's just like, oh, well, look at that. It's a whole bunch of the same number. We are very, apparently very easily entertained in Wappleville. I wasn't initially thinking, whoops, okay, I wasn't thinking about going super, super light there. Not that light. Well, I'll take some of that and just spread it out. Some of that there. So that would also be why a little bit on the hungry side here too. Yeah, that's right. Because now it has been almost 6 hours. Still not too shabby, right? Again, there was no paint on this whatsoever. There were no multiple light sources. There was nothing. Looky there. Okay, and I'm gonna try a little. Oh no, I'm gonna go back to some of that orange there. Somehow, kind of lost this little line right here. Not sure how that happened, but we're going to try and bring it back like this. No, back to this orange over here. Oh, there's Mike. Speaking of Mike Moans, there is Mike Moans. Now, Mike, I was telling people that I've been trying to raid forever and ever and ever, and I'm like, where the heck is Mike? Everybody, please, yeah, Mike. So it's because I'm like, it would be after 4 in the morning my time, and I'm like, where the heck is Mike? Everybody, please give Mike Moans a follow. So, Mike, I can get you caught up on at least a bunch of stuff here. Well, actually, here, look, you've never had a chance to see this because this is only happening right now. Let me zoom out a little bit. So, again, thank you so much, Mike. Appreciate that. There we go. We have corrupted and non-corrupted characters. Hey there, Sergey. How you doing? So again, there's those two, and so check this out. Let me get the. Here we go. Look at this, Mike. So there's the board game versions of them too, and actually, wait, we have the RPG is well underway. So the board game, I have all the pieces painted, and I was gonna start playtesting that, right away. But looky here, we also have our fabulous starships here. So here's we've already done 8 of these. We've already done 8 of these here, and here let me show you a couple more of these ships. Let me get this one out here. That is one of the lighter ones, or one of the bigger ones, right there. There you go. And then there's this one here, and there's there's actually a ship that represents this. So these are Skyclaw. This is a big troop transport. These are the kind of the little drop ships right here, and those come off. Let me see if I can find one of those little guys here. Maybe. Where is one? That is not one. Looking for one. Looking for one. Maybe they're over here. Nope, can't grab that. But look at this. Here's another. There's another one of our fabulous Siri warships, and well, look at this here. We'll give you a little look at the species because you never get a chance to see this. You never get a chance to. I think I already scrolled past it there. There we go. Oh, there it is. So there is that first ship that I showed you. That was my color reference there. And this species, they're in the lower lower left-hand corner. There it is, 555. There we go. We have Cinco Cinco Camda. So great to see you again there, Sergey. So there they are. The bird brains are in the lower corner there. And meet the bird brains. There they are. Now, of course, their governmental system is called the 12 Perches, and this is their ethos right here. So the philosophy of height. All of their planets that they live around are basically supergiant stars, and they live in the upper atmospheres. And this is their ethos right here. The three thoughts: low thought, middle thought, and high thought. And their theaters are actually they call them. It's called a sky ballet, and they're called wind dancers. So again, here you can kind of see a little bit. That's a kind of a little glimpse of their worlds right there. Now let me get back to my. There we go. Let me get back to this scene right here. Yeah, Mike, it's like, what the heck is going on, right? It's very, very strange. Very strange. And of course, let me see here. We've got, I don't know if you've seen these, but here is, these are some recent streams right here again. These are, this is part of the Celtic Goddess series here. There's a little bit of freehand. This thing right here, I actually have leather armor with this tooled in it, this design here. I've painted that on at least 2-3 Celtic drums, and also I actually made out of Sculpey, I made a business card holder that had that design. And here's another one of the paintings right here again. So this is super fun. I don't know if you've had a chance to see this right here. Now, Mike, why don't you post some stuff in the chat? And of course, Mike, we were talking about Rumble Slam because, there's a certain person in the chat now that may or may not like Rumble Slam. So if you wanted to share any of your stuff there, so let me hit my keyboard here because that generated a. Now I don't know if we had a hype. Do we have a hype train there, Cam? In addition to Cinco Cinco. Okay, there we go. So again, thanks, Mike. Appreciate that. Let me try and get out of that. Okay. Let me see if okay, there we are. Oh, no problem there, Mike. No problem. It's just all of a sudden there's a thing that's in my way here, and I can't get that thing out of the way. So it's blocking the chat, unfortunately. I might just do this, and then that gets it out of the way. Okay, so sorry I had to refresh the chat because there was some kind of thing that was like blocking the bottom of it. Oh boy, that sounds good, doesn't it? Recoil some a little bit of bacon sounds fantastic right now. That sounds absolutely fabulous. I would not be opposed to bacon. Oh, that's right. We were just doing this over here. There we go. So thanks for taking care of Cinco Cinco there, Camda. in amidst all of the activity. That's what was missing over here. Now, I might, let me try. Either that or we just go grab some more of our fast matte white. Well, now let's work what we got here. Let's see what this can do. Ooh, that's not too shabby there. Okay. Uh, we needed some of this over here. I'm like, huh. Yeah, well, there will not be any, there won't be any cheesy bagels here for quite some time. There ain't even going to be any cheese here for quite some time. Again, until that grocery store opens. And, well, needless to say, I know that they've been putting this stuff in a refrigeration truck, but, well, I'm just going to kind of stay away from anything except, well, guess what? More canned and, whatchamacallit, packaged goods there. Yeah, I don't think we're going to be eating a lot of fresh produce from over there. That sounds fantastic there, Rico. That sounds absolutely fabulous. I mean, this is a cuisine channel after all. Yeah, see, look at this. Look at it. We kind of skipped out on a little bit of light over here. And then some over there. Oh, yep. We need a little bit right here. We need that there. Now, how about this side of the schnoz? What are we looking at there? Let me also do this. I'm gonna go back to this orange. That's again the pure orange. I'm thinking if I can just get the. Ooh, there we go. Yes. Am I zoomed? Let me see if I need to. Oh yeah, I can zoom in more. Now you can see it. There we go. So right up in here, needed to do that. I I have one leftover pancake, I think. So I might. That's probably what we'll be making today. Is maybe some more pancakes. We might be making some more of those. Now, oh wait a minute. Actually, that's supposed to show up. I got a couple of different types of pasta showing up there. Recoil. I've got the spinach pasta showing up, but there's also that turmeric pasta. Everybody check out the Instagram link that Mike just posted. Everybody please give Mike Moans a follow. So yeah, Mike, you usually start around 4-ish in the morning, right? Our time here. And it would certainly be around 4-ish in the morning. I'd say, well, let's head over to Mike. And I'd be like, where is Mike? We all want to be like Mike. But yeah, Mike, I was telling everybody how much you love Rumble Slam, and that has been a favorite of yours for a while. Do I want to? Okay, fine. I'm gonna throw me a little bit of orange there. And oh man, I don't think you've seen these because these have not been on Instagram. Yes. So there is that is Cyber Camelot by Sunrise. We have Cyber Camelot by Sunset. And then by Moonlight. Oh, check this out. You gotta. I don't. Maybe you saw this happen, but let's do these two right here. And I think it's like, didn't this work out? Yeah. Here, let's do this, and let's do that. I mean, they're basically the same scene. They're pretty much the same scene until we do this. Well, looky there. Contrast is more than just light versus dark. That's like one of the more fun things to see. That's one of the more fun things to see. And then, of course, now we also have a whole new range of ships. So this is our Terraforce. These are just some test ships, really more for scale, because the actual ships are going to be made out of pieces and parts. There is a heavy cruiser. There is a repair ship right there, and then this is another fleet. This is the Chetzok Alliance, and I've actually got a whole bunch of different bridges. We have all of these are separate cargo sections, and then I've got 4 or 5 different spine hulls, and then we have several different engine type of things. So again, the idea of these are modular fleets that you can basically essentially create your own ships, and of course you could combo the parts together. Where is... I wonder if I can find that thing here. Oh, wait a minute. Here it is. Haha. There it is, yes. So there's another one of our ships right there. There's a whole passel of these, and I think I actually have... Oh, here it is. There we go. So that is a bust of the species that you just saw, that ship. This is a bust of that species right there. And of course, here's another one of our corrupted characters. So that is Galahad right there. So again, this is our Nimue. This is Galahad. Needless to say, he's going to have several different light sources on him. And he looks very different from this Galahad right here. Yeah, there's a little bit of a change when he gets corrupted right there. Just a bit of a change. So that is going to be super fun to paint. We'll have a blast with that one. Mike, this is a... Oh, I don't have the book in here. This is something that I created 30 years ago. Literally 1996, Mike. Yes, 1996. And it's just been sitting there, much like all the Arthurian stuff and all of the Celtic goddesses. It's just been sitting there, and now it is finally starting to see the light of day. Let's see. Thanks, Mike. Appreciate that. Let's see. I think I'm not sure what happened in the chat. I'm not quite sure that what that one means there, Glaze. Sorry about that. My apologies. Not quite sure what that one means. Now, remember I was saying earlier there, Glaze, that he is like one of the hardest characters to corrupt. Oh, and that's kind of, again, Mordred has his agenda. The players don't know what Mordred's agenda is. So the players might see Mordred corrupting a bunch of nodes or something like that, and they say, that's what he's trying to do. That's his victory condition. When actually what he's really trying to do, all he needs to do is corrupt Arthur to win. Yep, he did. That's the only thing Mordred needs to do, is corrupt Arthur or Galahad. Now again, those are two very difficult characters to corrupt. But if the player characters they're thinking, they've been tricked into thinking that, well, this is what he's after, they're not going to be as aware. And that might just be enough leeway there for Mordred to be able to successfully corrupt Arthur and therefore win the game. Now, some of the other things that I'll be testing is, what we don't want is a game that goes for 2,000 hours, right? We don't need a super long game. Right now I've got it pegged at 7 rounds. will, okay, what happens if nobody's done their victory condition by 7 rounds? Do you keep playing? Do you just say, okay, whoever's closest? And again, that's the kind of stuff that will come about after a bunch of testing. The baseball game that I did, hundreds of test games, and I mean hundreds. I still have all the paperwork from those games where every at bat, every pitch was categorized and recorded. What was surprising, what all the testing revealed, is that all of the massive charts were basically good from the get-go. They required almost no adjustment. It was even like the secondary charts; those worked pretty darn well too. It was like this. It wasn't even tertiary. It was like below tertiary. It was like the lowest level chart you could possibly imagine, and you only used it. There would be entire games where you never used it, but that was the one that two people almost got into a fight over, and I mean like a physical fight. We had to create a whole new mechanic for the game based on what happened with this one chart. And who knows, that might also happen with the Cybertheria game. We might have to make a big change in the mechanic rather than just a chart tweak or something like that. Now you will notice here in between the fingers and the knuckles there, we got the darker stuff over here, right, where it's lighter. You can see down here the knuckles, well, that's more of a light in between, kind of like you take a flashlight, right, and you put it in the palm of your hand and you shine it and the light goes through your fingers. That's kind of what's happening there. I wonder. Yeah, we'll do that. Yeah, Mike, it's and again the RPG is essentially based on the board game to the point where instead of doing a bunch of maps, right? Instead of doing a bunch of maps, you would use essentially, you get the board game. You would use the tiles of the board game to essentially create the map of your adventure. Oh, and of course, Mike, this is both a strategic game and a tactical game, right? So you do all your strategic stuff, and the key thing is, it's not just okay. Whoever builds the most fighty ships, whoever has the most shooty stuff wins. You can win political victories. You can win diplomatic or economic victories. You can win cultural victories. Because again, every single one of these species has a culture. You saw the stuff with the Seri Republic, the Moskins. They actually have something called the Sacred Tools, and it's basically like their 10 Commandments. And it talks about not just the importance of work, but the value of what you build and how other people rely on you. So future generations will rely on what you build, and that again, that is sacred to them. Also, too, Mike, I've actually made a fake country music album for the most popular recording artist in all of the quadrant, and that is Buck Polaris. Yes. It's have an entire movie or entire album of songs. The album is Honky Tonk Hyperdrive. Some of the other faves from that album. Let me see. That would be Ice Fishing on Europa. Also, let's Drill Baby Drill. We also have My Wife Left Me for a Terraformer. Yes, indeed, all kinds of classic songs. and he's actually very popular among the Moskins there, Mike, because well, he's a miner. He is a miner, and yes, hilarity ensues because one of the you basically hear in basically every single song, Earl is doing something because Earl is sort of a weapons grade moron. Yeah, the day Earl hit Pluto, that might give you a kind of an indication of what Pearl, what he's like. Oh, Moonbase and Moonshine. That's another one, Mike. Yes, Moonbase and Moonshine. Yeah, there's that's Zero Luck and Zero G. That's another one. Yeah, it's a good old Earl, right, Camden? Recoil, because we tried. Yeah, we actually did do some playtesting of the strategic portion of it. And while it was really interesting, just building ships recoil was like, after a while, that gets kind of old. But each civilization has its own wonders. So again, the Alchebans, they're okay, the Jolorans, they make these massive theaters. They're called Unity theaters, and you're talking somewhere. It's like taking three Melbourne cricket grounds recoil, stack them on top of each other. That's kind of a typical Joloran theater. So again, hundreds of thousands of people, and each world tries to make their Unity theater more exotic and more elaborate than the next. And of course, what do the humans have recoil? They have Buck Polaris. That's it. There you go. Well, actually, no. The on Earth, the new capital of Highgrove. It actually has a theater up in the trees. It actually has several different types of theaters. So essentially, you build these wonders. So instead of just building a whole bunch of starships, maybe instead you're building all these different wonders. I'm thinking, right, Mike? Would you just want to? Wouldn't it just be the same every time? It's like, okay, it becomes like Risk. Take this, hold that, build these ships, done. Much like the Cyberthuria board game, where you're like, okay, who knows what Mordred wants to do? And again, the better someone is at playing Mordred, the more they will be able to kind of convince the player characters that this is what they're really up to. And it has been very intensive every single day working on all this stuff, like every single day, nonstop, for months, which has really yielded some really fun stuff. Let me do this. Yeah, here we go. I wish that I had the stuff in here, the original book, to show you. This is like the one time I don't have the original book in here. It's getting kind of beat up now. I mean, well, it's 30 years old to start with, but now that I constantly have the thing next to me. And then again, the latest thing that I was working on was Mara Voss, the Ghost of the Reach, essentially a pirate type of situation there. An area of space that used to be very prosperous, kind of at the center of trade routes, but then with the shifting of empires and civilizations, those trade routes kind of died off. And the thing about Mara Voss is that it's not even confirmed that she's actually alive anymore. It's possible that she might even be using borrowed technology from the Woden. Oh, that's another one of my favorite species. Yeah, that is a species where, because of what was happening to their world, because they live in a part of space that's living space, as in space is alive. All around you is living space, not empty space. And, well, you can do things that maybe lead to your demise because you're essentially messing with a living environment, not just, again, empty space. And they essentially were replacing organic body parts with cybernetic or synthetic parts to try and compensate until they pretty much said, like, well, I guess we're going full syntho. So everybody's consciousness downloaded. And some people, they don't just wait decades or centuries, some of them wait over a millennia to get one of these synthoid bodies. And as a result, it makes them they're very particular about extinction. They don't like extinction, and they actually will defend species or try to save species that are at risk of, of extinction. You have another species, the Alberians. Their ethos is that no civilization's cultural heritage should ever die. So there's disasters or wars or whatever. They try to preserve cultural items, that sort of thing. And their ships are basically designed. So that would be a cultural victory for the Alberians, is that you successfully save either X number of civilizations, their cultural artifacts, or even some of their cities, or you help them rebuild after some kind of disaster. That would be a victory for them instead of, again, a conquest style victory. And their ships are very interesting because they essentially look like temples. And they're modular too. So you have kind of a central core, and there's usually a central dome of various types, and then there's these different modules that kind of attach to the core. Let's see. The Ballisteri. They're known as the Chroniclers. They're the longest lived. Well, they used to be the longest lived species. They're not anymore now with the Gaia. But they do not have cemeteries. They have these archives. So instead of just going to a place where there's a bunch of headstones, you go there, and it's basically you get to see the life story of every individual there. Because they don't have cemeteries. They have these archives, and I think there was 8 different types of archives. Some are underground, some are underwater, some are in space, and that is how a person's life is celebrated. Because again, chronicling is what they do, partially because of the somewhat long life. They're like Numenorians. think of them as the Numenorians of the of this universe, I guess. Let me do this, and of course the Siri with they they like to guide other species, sometimes forcibly, because they think that is they think that's their duty, is to guide species that do not have the philosophy of height. Where are we at with this orange here? Let's do a little bit more. I like the cooler tones over here. Again, because that's not the armor, right? That's a little bit of skin tone. We got the cooler tones there. I think this will show it well enough. You can see we've been trying to do this kind of cooler, almost grayish type skin tone on all of our corrupted characters. Again, that's Lancelot there. Looks a little bit different than our hero Lancelot, that's for sure. Oh, thanks, Mike. Again, it's something that I just at the time there was really no way to produce it because yeah, I had all the illustrations. We had even we had, like printed out pieces of paper to try and do the strategic and the tactical games there. One second there, Mike. There you go. Sorry, Mike. Sorry about that. There you go, Mike. But yes, it's been a long time in the making. And the fact that it can actually exist, that's kind of cool. So I believe it started with a timeline that's, I think it's got 235 years worth of historical events. And then of course there's the crew of the Compass Rose. And that ship is it's going to be a larger version of this carrier because it's essentially a mobile starbase. That's the new that's kind of the new tactical doctrine of the New Terrans. And again, the New Terrans, they are human, but they are not from Earth. Earth still exists. There actually is a movement on Earth to free themselves from the governance of New Terra. Essentially, humanity had to re-terraform Earth, and they see themselves as, well, true Earthers. They don't see themselves as part of New Terra. They're part of the Union, but they are not part of New Terra. And one of the crew members on the Compass Rose is from Earth, and obviously there's a lot of suspicion that this crew member might be part of the True Earth movement. There we go. A little bit of the metal. See it like we got over here. Another little highlight over here. Like that. We got, oh yeah, over here. There was, oh, we need a little bit of this orange light over here too. There you go. I think there was some there. Well, as you can see, every so often I stick my finger on this, so probably wipe some of that away. Yeah, probably what happened. Now again, we can't have this cloth be too light, because if we do, then it's going to be just as shiny as our metal, and well, as a certain other space pirate universe, that ain't shiny. That shiny would not be shiny. Bit, yeah, there we are. I wonder, let me see if we can scare this up here. I wonder if we can. Let me just unplug this. No, that's no good. Let me see if I can bring this up here. Let me see if I can bring this up. Where is some of the more recent stuff here? No, that's not going to do it. Oh, there he is. Yeah. He is so popular among the Moskins. There are Buck Polaris impersonators among the Moskins. Yes, there are Buck Polaris impersonators amongst the Moskins. That is how popular he is. Again, some civilizations build theaters that hold hundreds of thousands of people. Another civilization has Buck Polaris. Yeah, that's how they roll in the Great Union. Actually, he's not as popular in the Great Union as he is on Moscow. Oh, and then of course the Jolarian Empire was not. It's not an empire of conquest. It was formed during a civil war that basically tore the entire civilization apart, and that's where the unifier comes in. Hundreds of years later, the unifier is still the greatest hero of that society. And there's actually, I've got a spoken word piece where the narrator, he's talking to a bunch of kids, a bunch of school kids, and he says that empires are not born of conquest. He says they are born in fear and sorrow, and ultimately he says, no other civilization appeared, no monster came down from the sky. We did this to ourselves. And that hence the unity theaters, and of course the base of the statue for the unifier says order, unity, and purpose, and that is their ethos. Those three things. Look at that. Got a nice little bit of light right there. Coming from our, again, that's our fractured Excalibur. Here is, let me see if we can find this. Here we go. So that's more what it should look like. But again, there is the fractured version of our digital Excalibur. Again, this is another one of our fun bas reliefs right here that we did on stream. So again, you can, everything has a corrupted / fractured version of it. But actually, I do think I might, now that it is 6 o'clock, and we're almost at Cinco Ses there, man. That's too many sixes. That would be too many sixes. We'll see if Avila might still be doing the streamy thing here. But boy, that has been really fun doing this one right here. Again, here's a little comparison of the original Nimue and now the fractured version of Nimue. So again, I want to say thanks to everybody, and thanks to Mike for all the bits and everything like that. Actually, Mike, well, you're not streaming now, right? I wanted to double check and make sure. Let me here. Let me do this here, because I just want to make sure here. Just on the off chance. Oh, thanks, Glaze. Appreciate that. Let me see. Well, actually, maybe we can Helgrat here. Yeah, okay. We can maybe. Yeah, let's do a little raid for Helgrat right here. Now again, if I can do my Saturday stream later today, this is the one we never actually got a chance to do, the Sauron Lord of the Rings gummy bear, because the cloak was almost, it was too thin and it wasn't printing out. So I redid the cloak, and now we're rock solid on this. So I'm gonna try and get this baby on a base. And again, we don't have too many of our original gummies left, but there's our Grima gummy right there. So we'll hopefully maybe get a chance to paint our Sauron gummy bear, because gummy bears, right? So see you later, Sergey. Thank you so much for joining. I'm going to get this raid count underway, because we also need some chow. We need some chow here. So let me zoom out one more time here. So again, you can get a chance to see our fabulous dark Nimue. So thanks so much, everybody. And hopefully we'll see you later today. Thanks again, Mike. Appreciate everything.